11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Walk-On's athletes put everything they've got into the game. Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything we've got into bringing you a game day with a taste of Louisiana. Catch all your teams on over 70 big screen TVs. Dig into our mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads. It's all made from scratch with ingredients you can't help but crave. Walk-On Sports Bistro. We live for this.
GBT is the great banking team. 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window. And when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team.
Rogers, your pops was Mr. Shreveport, right?
Yes, he was. First ever.
Big muscle-bound guy.
Yes, he was.
You like muscles?
I do.
I like my cars with muscle.
Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding me?
Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. They basically are the Mr. Shreveport Bossier of muscle cars.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, because they flex the Challenger and Chargers all the time. When you pull up next to one of those, it's almost like, is that Rogers Hampton Sr., like, embodied in a Challenger?
Especially the ones that were red, because he had red hair.
Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram.
Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid on lawyer spokesperson Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
Cormier Family Dentistry has been with us for quite some time for a good reason. They're really nice. Their staff, warm, welcoming. They take the anxiousness out of going to the dentist. Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072. Adam and Jana Cormier, the dynamic duo of dentistry.
You don't need a holiday to pick up a delicious Honey Baked ham. Anytime is a great time to enjoy one of their sweet hams or turkeys. Honey Baked also offers a great selection of gift packages made to fit any occasion. Their menu and good service are just two reasons to stop by and order. Looking for lunch? They have a great deli offering deli-style sandwiches along with all the fixings, a cookie, and a drink. That's Honey Baked Hams, located at 5739 Uri Drive in Shreveport. To learn more, go to myhoneybakedstore.com.
Hester, I was doing some math the other day.
All right.
I think there have been over 1 million people who have been serviced by Sports World in some shape, form, or fashion in their 50 years of existence.
Okay, I can go along with that.
Are you among that million?
Absolutely.
Aren't we all?
We are.
Do you remember your mouthpieces from Sports World?
Absolutely.
Shin
Boil them and cut them.
guards. Oh, dude.
All that stuff.
The tasty stuff.
Yeah.
Sports World's been around for athletes for 50 years. They'll be around for another 50. Sports World celebrating 50 years.
Hey, Eddie Kennison here. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, strength, energy, and performance are still important to me. That's why when I felt my strength slipping, I turned to Rejuvamine Medical. Check your testosterone today at rejuvaminemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
Keeping you up to date on everything associated with LSU, River Cities Lighting. The LSU updates at the bottom of the hour, every hour of the Tim Fletcher Show, brought to you by River Cities Lighting, 3908 Shed Road, rivercitieslighting.com, bringing bright ideas to people every day. The easiest way to reach us on the show is through the Live Oak Waste text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Brought to you by Live Oak Waste, liveoak-environmental.com. If your dumpster hasn't got the Live Oak logo, that's just trash.
Tiger weather now.
Uphill climb to the numbers with some 80s in the mid and late week forecasts. In fact, not too far away from mid-80s coming up for Friday. Overnight low tonight, 45 degrees. Sunshine Tuesday, high 76. Wednesday and Thursday, sunshine with highs near 80 degrees. I'm meteorologist Scott Larimore at the Weather Channel.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
The following program is paid for by Tim Fletcher. The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing? This is the Tim Fletcher Show on this lovely Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. My name is Tim Fletcher, right? Check the ID. Yep. McLovin. What kind of name is that? From Hawaii? One name? Who are you, Seal?
Got some Dirtfoot popping into our ears. Love those boys. Of course, we're on 103.3 FM, 1130 The Tiger in Shreveport. We are also on 103.3 FM, 1420 The Goat in Lafayette. My friends, our show is presented to you by Alsco and Alsco.com. Alsco with uniform care, facility care, laundry care, workwear. Dude, they can help your business out in so many ways, whether it's your floor mats and wet mops, your bathroom supplies, medical, first aid kit supplies, defibrillators for the workplace. They're the ones to call, and they're really good at what they do, and they're really nice folks. Alsco, 318-636-0404, 318-636-0404, alsco.com. My friends, you can call us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, 318-725-5945, 318-RALLY-45.
Hello.
Good morning, sir.
Hello.
Mudbugs, hey, Ed, by the way, just checking to see if you're thinking about maybe coming up for Thanksgiving.
We're coming.
Oh,
We're coming.
Wait a minute.
We ain't backing down.
Whoa. We didn't say +1. Yo. Mudbugs on a break this weekend. Kind of like Ross and Rachel. Me and the old high school sweetheart, that damn Missouri man. Mudbugs will return to action the following weekend. For ticket information, by all means, call the Mudbugs, 318-636-7094, mudbugshockey.com. All right, how about this? Did you know you can text us on the Live Oak Environmental text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Live Oak Environmental makes it so easy for you to get in touch with us, share your opinion, your thoughts. We love hearing from you guys on the Live Oak Environmental text line. Once again, that number, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Now, to get in touch with Live Oak Environmental, which we highly encourage, because, look, I want you to save as much money as possible for your business. I want your business to get the best dumpster service that you can get. And I'd love to see you and yours support good folks like the Walters family. Live Oak Environmental, 318-230-7125, 318-230-7125, liveoakenv.com. If your dumpster doesn't have the Live Oak logo, that's just trash. The Early Riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Your local uniform pros since 1973. Here's the deal. Those folks worked their tails off this weekend with a sidewalk sale. All that stuff is back inside the store, and there's still great prices on everything that you saw Saturday. They're still priced right. At Sports World, your source for sports, school unis, and so much more, 8809 Joella, just off 3132, your local uniform pros since 1973. Wow. How about this? We're on social media. I don't know if you know a whole lot about us, but we're pretty much social butterflies. We're pretty hip to the intake and all that good stuff. The 6-7, all that good stuff. Scritchy scratchy. We all know the key phrases. TikTok challenges. We're all about it. We're on the X at Fletcher Worldwide, at Fletcher Show, at Hey Boy Rogers, at AHesher32. Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, Tim Fletcher Show. And we're broadcasting the program, obviously, on 1130 The Tiger on our 50,000-watt blowtorch. You can download the 1130 The Tiger app or go to 1130thetiger.com. But we're also uploading this show in video form with Technicolor Sound and Panavision Audio on our Facebook page, on our YouTube channel, and on X at Fletcher Show. So there you go. And after the show is over, we upload each hour of our radio program into the stratosphere, into the podcast world, so that you can download whenever you want. Whatever hour you want, it's there. Whether it's on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, iHeart, Amazon, you name it, that's where you'll find our radio show. Time now to get this party started in a big-time way. Oh, yeah. How about a little SEC update? Brought to you by our buddy Bo Harris and Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo is an awesome dude who truly wants to do as much good as he can for as many people as he can in terms of your financial futures. And one way to do that is to meet with Bo, have a cup of coffee with him, and come up with an investment game plan. What's keeping you awake at night as far as your financial future, as far as your financial livelihood? Those are the questions that Bo would love to address in a meeting with you. That's his calling, especially when it involves your financial future. Bo Harris, Wealth Management, bringing you this SEC update. Well, SEC Players of the Week were announced in football. Offensively, good old Arch Manning. His second straight game of 300-plus yards passing, 3 touchdowns as he led the Longhorns to a 34-31 win over Vandy. It's the first time a Texas quarterback accomplished that in consecutive games since Sam Ehlinger in November of 2018. He also joins Casey Thompson, Colt McCoy, and Major Applewhite as the 4th UT quarterback to reach both marks in 3 games in a season since 1999. Defensive Player of the Week, Owen Heineke of Oklahoma, made his first career start and registered a career and team-high 13 tackles, 1.5 tackles for loss, and a sack in Oklahoma's 33-27 road win over Tennessee. 12 tackles in the first half, by the way. Special teams player, place kicker Tate Sandell of Oklahoma, he and the Who Wears Short Shorts, made all 4 of his field goal attempts in Oklahoma's 33-27 road win over Tennessee Saturday, wearing shorts that were borderline obnoxious. And I don't understand that. And I stand with, what's his name? Herb Street. I stand with Herbie. Offensive lineman of the week, Jalen Farmer of Kentucky. Offensive guard, graded out at a team-high 81 in Kentucky's 10-3 win over Auburn. Played all 64 offensive plays and had no missed assignments. Joined by Jaden Williams of Ole Miss, led a productive Ole Miss offensive line in the win over South Carolina. Cleared the path for 258 rushing yards. That's the most against an SEC opponent since they ran for 313 against LSU in 2023. Defensive lineman, a man who is going to be making a whole lot of money soon, Colin Simmons, edge rusher of Texas, had a strip sack, also made the recovery of the first Vandy possession of the game to go along with 5 tackles, 1.5 TFLs, and 2 quarterback pressures. He was joined on the Defensive Lineman of the Week honors by Cam Franklin of Ole Miss. He had 6 total tackles and 1.5 tackles for loss and had a sack and a quarterback pressure. Freshman of the Week, Kamario Taylor, quarterback Mississippi State, helped Blake Shapen and company. Entered the game in the third quarter when Shapen was evaluated for injury. He came in and completed 2 passes for 40 yards and a touchdown, had 55 yards rushing and a score as well in Mississippi State's 38-35 win over Arkansas. And Cutter Boley of Kentucky, the quarterback, went 18 of 29, 161 yards and a touchdown in Kentucky's 10-3 win over Auburn. Those are your SEC Players of the Week. And that was your SEC update, a paid advertisement by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your investment game plan. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP. He also is a certified investment management analyst, CIMA. Check the distinctions of the financial advisor. That's a tough thing to get right there. You know, both of them, CFP and CIMA. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris Wealth Management, located at 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport. BoHarrisWM.com. Get in touch with Bo, 318-670-3101. Joining us now in Stu Studio, it's our old Palio, Rogers Ham Hamion, Bonion.
Hey,
What's up, Hambo?
Hey boy, how you doing on this 2 for Tuesday? So I like the double. And we got a 2 for Tuesday, Tech Tuesday again.
We do have a 2 for Tuesday.
Gobbling up this morning show, brother.
Oh, you know it. Yeah, big show.
We're the Pac-Man family. Waka, 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 waka.
We are, buddy. not Mr. Adam Jones. But
No.
Yeah, it's Tech Tuesday, brought to you by Spell Brothers Lumber. We'll have Sonny Cumbie join us at 7:40, and at 8 o'clock, Roger, we'll have President Donald Trump. No. We'll have President Jim Henderson. Dr. Jim will join us at 8 o'clock.
Jim. What
does
yellow mean?
I'll ask Dr.
No, believe me, this Dr. Jim is much smarter.
Yes. He's a good dude. Looking forward to visiting
Oh,
with
good
him.
dude. Yeah,
Got the Hall of Fame weekend.
We've
and
known him a long time.
Homecoming and all that good stuff this past weekend.
Well, how are you, man?
I'm good. Watched the
It's not
Night
Monday
football game.
anymore.
No, it's not. Cowboys stunk up the joint last night.
Dude, you and I had a nice little conversation before we hit the air on that. Everything that you needed to accomplish, you just let slip through your fingers. And then the night ends with Jerry Jones sitting next to Stephen A. Smith in his booth.
Yeah.
And shaking hands and hugging and loving on each
Yeah,
other.
that was about midway through the second quarter
Yeah.
or whatever they were up there. And then I don't know where. That's just a weird deal.
It kind of self-explanatory. Now we know how they talk about them every day, all day, year round.
Well, the fact that in sports, in the world of sports, ESPN, good, bad, indifferent, however you feel about it, they are the place where most people get their sports knowledge.
Oh, no.
Sports coverage.
It's kind of like a monopoly almost.
Right.
Yeah.
And so to have a guy who has wielded as much power as Stephen A. Smith does to sit there in the owner's box of the Cowboys, that's wrong.
Yeah.
And then after the show, the lady that we're not a big fan of whatsoever, who's just Miss Casual, blonde-headed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, I almost said something to you about that.
She and her male co-anchor, who I'm
He's
not a big fan of.
Either, yeah, it's
I'm
not a
big
good.
fan.
That's another thing. It's the reason they're.
Well, what I was getting at is that they have this little thing where they're on the couch at the end of the night and got their drinks in hand.
Yeah,
okay, let's tell you. I get what you're trying to do. It's just dumb.
That's
And if that is alcohol in your glass, that's even stupider.
That's even dumber.
Right, because you're not supposed to be able to drink alcohol
while you're
live on TV. But whatever, it just looks dumb, and she's all got her legs tucked under on the couch. I'm like, this isn't a sitcom. She said after the show, and they ran the Jerry Jones quote, and look, Jerry Jones is who he is.
And no, it is what it is.
Warts and all.
He
said before the game that we've got a trade in place. That we'll announce on Tuesday. That's what he said, on Stephen A. Smith's show. After the game, after the loss, which made their efforts to be in the playoffs a little bit more difficult path, he was asked again about his comments before the show or before the game about how you have a trade in place. And he said in the post-game comments, he said, I said we can make a trade. Can make a trade. And so, yeah, Jerry Jones lied. Okay, that's what he does. He talks circles, blah, blah, blah. So they go back to the ESPN anchors, and this is the ESPN anchor saying this. This is not an opinion piece. This is someone who's supposed to be a sports journalist. And I know I'm sounding like the angry old man yelling at clouds. And she said something along the lines of, like every time that man opens his mouth, a lie comes out or something like that. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss, unbiased journalist, you're supposed to be giving me the sports news. You're supposed to be giving me the highlights. I'm not asking for your opinion. You're not supposed to share your opinion. I don't care about your opinion. If you want to have an opinion, go on a podcast or go on First Take with Stephen A. Smith. Don't use SportsCenter, which is supposed to be highlights, news, and not opinion.
As little as they do that now, I want it when you're giving it to me.
Right. And I just thought that was really, I don't know. It just rubbed me the wrong. And I know I'm 60, and I don't consider myself necessarily too old school, Raj, but
we are, and we're not in the demographic
I'm not into that.
anymore.
I'm
We're
not
in
into
the
that crap.
of this current culture, and that's okay because.
Well, I don't want my news. I don't want I never watch the network news anymore, but I don't want them saying in the middle of a conversation, man, that Mike Johnson, whoo, he's a handful, or whoo, what's his name, the governor in California, Newsom?
Yeah, Newsom.
That Governor Newsom, every time he opens his mouth, another lie spills out. Meanwhile, a car crash on Interstate 4780. I don't
and
want
the Dodgers repeat as back-to-back champions. Live from L.A.
Right.
Yeah, I hear you.
I just think that's absurd.
I hear you.
And I hate the fact that there's no other alternative to get highlights of all the games and to hear post-game comments from some of the principal players involved in some of these sporting activities. We have no option except that crap that ESPN has become. It just bothers me to no end. And I remember when milk was 20 cents a gallon.
All right, right now I'm going to be your adoptive parent. You've got this. Just breathe.
Yeah.
Hey, we're pretty good.
Oh, Fist Pump has a little breaking news.
Okay.
Breaking news.
Dick Cheney has gone to that great dove hunt in the sky. R.I.P. Mr. Vice President. So Vice President Dick Cheney apparently has passed away. Ping Pong text in on the Live Oak Environmental text line.
Really, what I've got to say about that.
And it's apropos that we hear from Ping Pong because we're getting ready to visit with North DeSoto head coach Dennis Dunn. Proud of the fight in the Griffins against Loyola. I don't think there's a more potent offense in the state. Very solid win. Looking forward to the playoff run. Look at Ping Pong being Mr. Optimist there. Yeah. When we come back, we begin our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations with Double D, Dennis Dunn of North DeSoto. Of course, his undefeated North DeSoto Fighting Griffins remain undefeated with a 2-touchdown win over Loyola on Friday night. We'll visit with him, among others, today on our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation. The early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella. They've got all the gear you need, all the activities that your kids are involved in athletics-wise. They've got the gear, they've got the equipment, they've got the unis, all at Sports World, and they've been doing it since 1973. Our show also brought to you by Alsco and Alsco.com, uniforms, facility care, and more. 318-636-0404. Back with Double D right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Sports World 8809 Joella in Shreveport, Louisiana is your local uniform professionals since 1973. That's right, since 1973 they've been taking care of your school uniform needs, your softball uniform needs, cheerleader, baseball, football, basketball, you name it. And for you refs out there, they've got you covered as well. They got the striped shirts, they've got the sunglasses, they got everything you need. Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132.
In the studio with Daniel Lynch, our 11:30 The Tiger lawn and fence industry ace. Tell us more about the idea of relationship building. This sounds more like a generational company, not an annual company.
We've been in the community for a long time. I grew up in this community. I try to invest back into it. And so we're not here really just to sell you a fence. We want to build something in your backyard that's going to be great and you're going to be proud of. But we want to build a relationship with you because we are in this community to help people, not just to sell fences.
That doesn't just mean individuals. You're talking about businesses too, right?
Right, yeah. So we are commercial and residential. We're about a 50-50 split on that. We do take care of a lot of businesses, a lot of job sites, things of that nature. But not only that, but we do work with the residential industry as well. And we take care of everybody. That's what we're about. We're building relationships in the community and keeping everything you got safe and taken care of.
Learn more about this industry ace at lynch's.lawnandfencellc.com.
Don't get caught with your fence down. You call, we come. God bless the USA.
The Hill brothers over at Skent-N-Dent are huge Mudbugs fans. They're huge football fans. They're basically fans of Shreveport-Bossier, and you know who's a fan of theirs? Shreveport-Bossier. It works both ways. Skent-N-Dent, up to 50% off on appliances, furnishings. Okay, it's got a little scratch. Can you see it? A little dent? I don't see it. Why would you care? Just collect the savings and enjoy Skent-N-Dent, 814 Shreveport-Barksdale Highway.
103.3 FM and 11:30 The Tiger.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hambone Hampton. The early riser portion of our program brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella. Mouthpieces, chin straps, baseball bats, softball gloves, and so much more. 8809 Joella. Our show also presented by Alsco and Alsco.com. Workwear, laundry, washroom supplies. Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation, Your head coach of the North DeSoto Fighting Griffins is good old Double D, Dennis Dunn. Good morning, Dennis. How you doing, sir?
Good morning, Fletch. Doing good.
Buddy, what a fun game that was Friday night. A pair of undefeated squads heading into the game at 8-0. Loyola and North DeSoto square off and gave the people who paid admission quite the show, buddy. Your fellas came out on top on senior night. If you could, Double D, what was it like being a part of a game like that, and what did you find out about your fellas?
Well, if you like offense, it was definitely a fun night to be in the stadium. People got their money's worth for sure. Two really outstanding high school quarterbacks going head-to-head. Lots of skill on the field and just a tremendous performance, I thought, by both teams. The atmosphere, playoff, everything we expected and then some. You know, it was a, cool night, packed house. I told our kids last Monday morning, I think you and I talked about it last week. I said, this will be like taking the pre-ACT. We will have a playoff atmosphere, playoff crowd, everything that could be in a quarterfinal, semifinal kind of environment will be there. And it did not disappoint. So just happy for our young men. Look, it was a heck of a game. They jump out 7-0, and then we turned the ball over on our first drive. And, people say, well, the North DeSoto defense didn't play really well. Well, they came up with some huge stops. Our defense made some huge plays in the game that really could have early on. Loyola could have been up 21-0 because they scored, and then we fumble on our first drive. Loyola gets it. We force them to punt. Then we go and have to punt. So, and then the defense came up with another big stop, and we finally got the wheels rolling offensively, in our third possession, and it was nonstop from there. So, just a great night. Lots of records broken. But again, I think our kids will tell you it's not about personal records. It's about the goal that's in front of them. Luke Delafield surpasses 10,000. Kenny Thomas becomes the all-time leading rusher at North DeSoto. Those kinds of things. What was fun is it happened in that game. Those two milestones happened in that game, and it could have happened any other night. But what a poetic, a cinematic night for those two things to happen. So, I can't say enough about our kids' effort and just a tremendous football game. Loyola is really, really good, especially on offense. They've been doing that all year. And, man, when you can spread it out like they can and have the weapons that they have at receiver, quarterback, and then running back. And the thing that I was a little surprised by, I guess, was how well they played up front in the offensive line. I was not sure how good they were, but I think they're very good up front, very well coached. So they're going to give some people some problems in the playoffs. So they will not be a good draw for people in the playoffs.
Dennis Dunn joining us here. You mentioned Luke, your senior quarterback, 214 yards, 3 touchdowns, also ran for 72 yards on 5 carries. Kenny Thomas with a guy, just a gargantuan night, 21 carries, 264 yards, and 4 touchdowns. And your big tight end, all he does is catch touchdowns. Miller Warren, 6 catches, 3 of them for a score, 72 yards. It feels like that, this last test, you mentioned the pre-ACT, that your big guns really, really came out to showed up big time on Friday night. How important is it, Dennis, for a guy who has certainly been there and hoisted the hardware on the Superdome turf before, has taken this team to the Superdome, this program to the Superdome, I should say, in a state championship game, have made deep runs with it. How important is it to have your stars of a team really perform the way that your guys did on Friday night? How important is that once you get down into the brass tacks of the playoffs? And I understand it's a simple question, Double D, because everyone wants their stars to play big, but in high school especially, how important is it to have these guys show up the way that they did?
Well, obviously, having been there is huge. The experience. I mean, Luke, Friday night will play in his 50th game, his 50th start in 4 years. So, and that is still being, he could potentially finish with over 50 games in a career, a high school career. I mean, that's 5 seasons.
That's a lot.
That he will have played Friday night. So that experience, I mean, you just can't replace that. And then in the offensive line, 4 of the 5 guys have multiple year starts. And the running, of course, Kenny having started since he was a sophomore, and Braylon Lattin. I mean, what a year he's had in Kenny's absence. But I think the key with the experience is your overall health, and having your team healthy at this point in the season is huge. And I think that all goes back to how you prepare in the off season through the summer and getting your body prepared for a massive kind of schedule like we played, and understanding that the physicality of some of these games can take a toll on you. So I'm just very happy with our conditioning, our strength maintenance that we have at this point in the year, and I think that down the stretch is so important.
Double D, Dennis Dunn, they closed the regular season in a game that was moved to Thursday against the Bossier Bearcats. Any particular reason why this one was moved to Thursday, Dennis, that you know of?
No, I just think the opportunity to have, a Friday night to kind of look around the state to maybe see some games and some potential opponents that you might face down the road, and Bossier, it looks like, is going to make the playoffs. So I think they were pleased to get an extra day in preparation as well. So, no particular reason other than an extra day.
What is it, you're going to be facing a different kind of quarterback than – I know Bryce Restovich is able to move around and has been able to tuck it and run and do some damage with his legs. But you're facing Montrevell Lewis on Thursday night, the young Bossier quarterback who more than one person, Dennis has said, reminds them of Arnaz Battle, and myself included in that. He can do a little bit of everything, and he's starting to kind of really – you could see that the progress is there as a throwing quarterback, but his ability as an athlete is just through the roof. What do you see when you look at Montrevell Lewis, the Bossier quarterback?
He presents a problem, no doubt. I mean, he can put you in a bind with his legs. I mean, we saw it last year. What he can do with his wheels is pretty special. But then he's got his eyes downfield. He can make some really good throws. I think what they're doing with him offensively is very creative, and obviously he's made some plays against everyone, and so anytime you're playing a guy like that, contain and trying to keep him hemmed up is the issue, and you have to be very assignment technique sound defensively in playing a guy like him. And then what I'm impressed with is how much improved they are defensively. It's a different Bossier football team, and Gary's done it. We knew that. Gary's done a very nice job, and I think they're the most improved team in this district from last year to this year. So, we certainly understand that we'll have our hands full Thursday night.
Dennis Dunn, head coach of the number 1 team in Class 4A, undefeated through 9 games. How important is it for a program, Dennis, last question I have for you, to be able to have a 10-0 regular season? What does that say about a program? Is that something that is looked at by you and your coaches and the kids as, the heck of an accomplishment, or is it just up one game only, doesn't matter to us? Seems to me that's a pretty good legacy.
Well, it is, but it's not. Certainly has not been the focus, and I think it's very special. But if you go 10-1, what have you done? I mean, that's the mindset. 10-0 is great, but if you go 10-1, then it's just another record, that people will forget about. I mean, I think our guys understand that, our week to week, the biggest opponent that we face is North DeSoto every week. And our guys have that kind of mindset. How can we get better? What are some of the things that we did on last Friday night that could hurt us down the stretch? And there were some things in that game that if we don't get fixed and get better in, can beat us in a big game. So that's the focus. North DeSoto's the focus. We'll get through the season, and you don't have time to really think about it when you're in the heat of the battle. And, we got the big West Monroe win, and people are like, well, what was it like? I have not thought about it. I guess when you get done with the season, you have time to kick your feet up and start thinking about it. But just to be honest with you, that has not even been talked about in our locker room and in our coach's office. It's just, okay, this week our mindset's here, one game at a time, and that's been the approach. So I guess for the fans and people looking at this in a few years can say, hey, that was a pretty amazing run.
Dennis Dunn, words of wisdom. So far, so good. 9 up, 9 down. They go for 10 in a row to take on the Bossier Bearcats Thursday in the regular season ender before what they and a lot of folks are hoping is the beginning of a beautiful third leg of the season. Pre-district, district, postseason. 5 games. All you got to win. That's all you got to win, Dennis. In the postseason, all you got to do is win 5 games. Or, be alive 5 weeks from now. You don't have to worry about the first one. You're going to have a bye. So all you have to do is win 4 games. Well, that sounds easy when you say it like that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it sounds real easy. But anyway, we've looked down the road a little bit and seen some of those opponents.
It's going to be fun. Boy, it's going to be fun, Dennis. Holy moly.
It's going to be fun.
Yes, it is. Well, buddy, congratulations on everything so far, and congratulations to Kenny for being the all-time leading rusher. What a deserving young man for everything he's brought to that school, and for Luke Delafield as well to crack that 10,000-yard barrier. That's pretty salty company that he's keeping right there, man. So happy for both those young fellas.
One thing to add to that, I mean, that's great, the 10,000 yards, but what people don't realize, a lot of those guys that have thrown for that were mainly a passing team.
Right.
We've rushed for over 10. We've rushed for over 10,000 yards in that time, probably more. So I think that even speaks more to that being on that list for Luke.
Very well said. Dennis, always appreciate your time, buddy. Best of luck on Thursday. Hope the boys come out of it healthy and geared up and ready for the postseason.
Appreciate it, Flex. Thank you.
Our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations will continue here in a few minutes. Right, Raj? Are we talking to Tyler at about 6:45 or so? Yeah. Your Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations brought to you by Skent-N-Dent Appliances and Furniture, 814 Shreveport, Barksdale. Beautiful, brand new appliances that may have a blemish, may have a little scratch, may have a little bit of a dent there, some noticeable, some not so noticeable. But the good thing is the appliances work, and they are discounted a tremendous amount of money. Go see our friends over at Skent-N-Dent, 814 Shreveport, Barksdale. We'll be back with the LSU update here in the early riser portion of our show, brought to you by Sports World. And our program also presented by Alsco every day, alsco.com. Serving the entire state of Louisiana. So, Acadiana, they've got you squared away up here on the 318, got us as well. Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. If you need help with laundering your linens, your tablecloths, your uniforms, if you need floor mats, wet mops, washroom supplies, first aid supplies, this is the company that does it and does it so well. Alsco and Alsco.com. And we'll be back.
And if you're a Cowboys fan this morning, make sure that defibrillator's working.
You got that right. And we'll be back right after this. We know baseball, football, basketball, soccer, track and field. Name the sport,
We've got the world for it. Sports World. They control the universe of our local sports. If they ain't got it, you can't play it. Sports World. We appreciate Sports World bringing you the early riser portion of our show every day from 6 until 7. They're opening their doors a little bit after that. Give them some wakey time. But when they're there, you know you're getting the ultimate sports professionals at Sports World. 8809 Joella.
We've all seen the smiling face for Goodwill Industries, but do we know what Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana is actually doing in our community? Did you know they provide janitorial services, groundskeeping services, switchboard operators? They also have employees at state offices and libraries, at the federal courthouse, the VA, and the private sector as well, right here in Shreveport-Bossier, with accounting, payroll, HR, IT, maintenance, and so much more. Yeah, they've got the retail centers, and yeah, they've got 6 job centers, but they do so much. Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana. Are you familiar with Sports Cards of Louisiana, Shreveport-Bossier's premier sports card and TCG store? That's right. Buy, sell, trade sports cards, Magic, and Pokemon. They're a Topps Direct MVP account, Topps Buyback Redemption Program, Play Pokemon store. They're a Fanatics Collect Direct Submission Shop, Games, Workshops, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, Paints and Supply, Magic the Gathering Friday every single week. They have Commander Night plus Pokemon Play on Sundays at Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178. Our weekly high school coaches conversations are brought to you by Skent-N-Dent Furniture and Appliances. You can't see the dent, you can't see the scratch on so many of these products, but there's still a steep discount on so many wonderful things at Skent-N-Dent. 814 Shreveport-Barksdale Highway, 318-869-2023. You may not see the dent, but you're going to see the savings at Skent-N-Dent, bringing you Coaches Conversations.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for sports.
Welcome back, boys and girls. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hambone Hampton. The early riser portion of our program brought to you by Sports World. Of course, Alsco is our presenting sponsor, alsco.com, and we have breaking news. Breaking news. The Dallas Cowboys are indeed finalizing a trade. They are acquiring Cincinnati Bengals team captain, linebacker Logan Wilson, who has seen a decrease in snaps recently. He has been complaining about that. Well, he has been shipped off to Dallas with 2 years remaining on a 4-year, $36 million contract that he signed in 2023. Logan Wilson, linebacker for the Cincinnati Bengals, will now be suiting up for the Dallas Cowboys after the bye this week, just in time to slide on in there. So giddy up. Jerry Jones said that he had a trade in place and then said after the game that I might have a trade in place. Well, guess what? He did have a trade in place. So the Cowboys do get a linebacker whose name is not Micah Parsons. Time now for your LSU update. Brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery. 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, rivercitieslighting.com. When it comes to your light fixture needs, light fixture wants, desires, and more, River Cities Lighting has what you need in store. Name the style, name your budget, you'll find something that will fit. rivercitieslighting.com. All right. LSU women's basketball team opens the season tonight. Kim Mulkey's crew taking on Houston Christian at the PMAC. How you like them apples? Women's basketball season tips off tonight for the ladies. The men's basketball team will play Wednesday, and we'll have the game. We're carrying the LSU Houston Christian game. Okie dokie. That's fantastic. Okie dokie. No, they play tomorrow. All right, giddy up. And also, speaking of LSU and women, fresh off their 3-2 win over Auburn in the opening round of the SEC soccer tournament, the 5th-seeded LSU squad takes on number 4 seed Tennessee today at 7 o'clock in Pensacola, Florida. You can catch that match on SEC Network. LSU, by the way, is on an 8-match unbeaten streak.
That's the longest in program history. And they have been prolific offensively here recently. In 4 of their last 5 matches, they've scored at least 3 goals. So giddy up. Let's see if Ava Galligan, Morgan Witz, Cadilla Blanco Gonzalez, and more can get the LSU Tigers into the semifinals. It's 7 o'clock tonight at the Ashton Brosnaham Soccer Complex. Isn't he the guy that played? He was one of the Bonds, wasn't he? Ashton Brosnaham. 7 o'clock, SEC Network, LSU, Tennessee, and women's soccer. And that's your LSU update, brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. River Cities Lighting. They've got rugs, they've got wallpaper, and they've got light fixtures, whether it's recessed chandeliers, fancy-dancy, over a dining room table, over a pool table, over a island in your kitchen. You need lights for outside that want to spotlight the trees and the garden gnomes or whatever. Buddy, they do it all. They've got lights for everything. River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road, Bossier City. RiverCitiesLighting.com, 3908 Shed Road. All right, 6:41 the time. We'll take a timeout. When we come back, we've got more Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations. Going to visit with Manny head coach Tyler Hassell. Right, Raj? Okay. Sounds fun. We also have your Morris Intuit Injury Lawyers Player of the Week nominees and winner announcement coming up at 7:30 this morning, and it's been a tough one. I've had to bring more people in on the voting process, Raj, because it was crazy. There's three young men that I think could easily be the winner, and it's hard to determine who's going to win. And so I reached out to some sports folks that I know and sent them the information. And so their votes count this week as we determine the Morris Intuit Injury Lawyers Player of the Week. All right, we'll come back with more Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, our show, Early Riser portion, brought to you by Sports World. And, of course, our show is also presented every single day, every hour, by the fine folks over at Alsco. And we'll be back right after this. That Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ Texas edition that I am cruising around in is just a dream truck. I love the leather upholstery. It's got the cooling seats that are going to come in handy so much here as these temperatures warm up. Can you imagine the summer without cooling seats and leather upholstery? As big as I am, not a pretty picture. But the Silverado LTZ from Chevyland is going to take care of me as it always does. Chevyland, together, let's drive.
Looking for the best way to grow your business? Town Square Media is your ultimate marketing partner. We're the leaders in combining the power of radio, digital, and social media to create the most effective marketing plans that deliver results. With our expert strategies, we'll help you reach more customers, increase sales, and build a stronger brand. Don't settle for less. Choose the best. Call Town Square Media today at 318-688-1130. And let's get started on a marketing plan that works for you.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Traffic brought to you by Jack Spring Electric. Online at jackspringelectric.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Fox Sports plays here.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hambone Hampton. Our show presented to you by Alsco and Alsco.com. Washroom supplies, laundry services, workwear, and more. 318-636-0404. And thanks to Sports World at 8809 Joella for the early riser portion of our show sponsorship. Jack and his crew, I'm sure, were very, very eager to hit the head on the pillow Saturday after a long day with the sidewalk sale. Got their rest on Sunday, but they're back at it, boys and girls, making sure that you've got everything you need for school supplies as far as school unis and, of course, athletic supplies and athletic unis. Nobody better than Sports World 8809 Joella. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation, your head coach of the Manny Tigers, it's good old Tyler Hassell. Hey, Tyler, what's up, buddy?
What's up, Fletch? How are y'all this morning?
We're all right, man. Nice little win over North Webster this week, 28-12. So let's see. That's 3 wins in 4 games. It's kind of starting to feel like that Manny is starting to look a little bit more like Manny. As a matter of fact, we were visiting with you after the win on Friday night. And if I could read my handwriting, I'd be able to go over this a lot with you. But you did talk about how it was a huge win for the seeding, a huge win to try to have a share of the district title. When you look back now, what was the key ingredient, you think, for your team on Friday night?
Complimentary football. We start the game off, and we're driving down the field first drive, and we put the ball on the ground, but nobody ever flinched. And the defense came back out and played good ball the first half, and then offense went back to work, and then we capped it off with a kickoff return. So just complimentary football took care of that win last Friday.
When you start talking about what lies ahead, of course, that starts with Friday's game with Mansfield. Please tell me it's still Friday, right? You hadn't changed it?
Still Friday.
All right. Let's keeping Friday nights alive, man. Let's see what we can do about that. Heading to Mansfield for Friday night, and I know that's the focus and should be the focus, but also the fact that the playoffs are back in the picture for the Manny Tigers after just hadn't gone the way that folks there wanted it to. How nice is it? What does it feel like to at least have this program back to where there's an 11th week? Have you thought about that?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We set goals early in the season. We put our non-district games up there, and we finalized that last non-district game against North Webster. We talked about the huge playoff incentives, and we talked about, playing for a district championship, and we also talked about hosting a home playoff game. These were all goals stacked on top of a pyramid that we had that ultimately led all the way to the top to the state championship. So we're checking some of those boxes, and the community's excited, our boys are excited, and us as coaches, we're extremely excited about the opportunity of being able to possibly host a home playoff game. From not being in the playoffs last year to hosting, that's a great turnaround for our program. That's growth, and that's all you can ask for out of your guys is to continue, keep growing, and we're trying to get this train right back on the tracks. And like I said at the very beginning of the season, I feel like this is a dangerous football team. At any point, we can hit our stride and get after it and challenge anybody.
What is the formula that you know of? Right now you're 14 in the power ratings. Is it going to take a win over Mansfield to guarantee a home playoff game, Tyler, or do you think that it's still possible even if things don't go your way Friday night?
Well, if obviously we're trying to get that win, and,
sure.
and that locks in that. We're even looking at how high can we go if we do get that win.
Right.
We've looked at there's a possibility maybe we get touch 9 or 8 as well. If you touch 8, if everything works out the way it's supposed to, now you have a chance of hosting the second round playoff game as well. So, and then obviously Mansfield has taken care of their business, and it's not going to be an easy task. And respect to those guys because they have 7 wins so far. So it's going to be a tall task going into Mansfield and getting that win. But, we looked at it the other way. I think we have a 75% chance, even if we lose, to host a playoff game. Obviously, that's not our intentions. We're going in to try to get a W and try to seed ourselves as high as possible.
What is it that your guys are doing right now that gives you confidence heading into Friday night's game?
I think we're doing the little things right. I mean, we're starting to finish our blocks. We're starting to tackle better. Just little bitty things. Special teams are coming together, And like I said before, we're starting to play complementary football. I don't think earlier in the season at times when we got some losses that we ever put the whole thing together. So we're starting to gel. The chemistry's getting there, and our kids are excited about playing our best brand of football at the end of the season. And that's what you need to be doing. You want to play your best brand of football week 10, week 11, week 12. And if you can do that, you'll continue playing all the way through November.
Do you think that there's still some gears left on this team that you haven't reached yet?
Yeah, I think absolutely. One point of emphasis we turned on tape against North Webster. We have a 9-point lead at halftime. Defense goes out and gets a great stop, and offense come out third quarter, and we start off the drive with a little false start penalty, and we get behind the chains, and we end up having to punt that ball. We talked about emphasis, when to step on the gas, when to put games away, and things like that. So, yeah, there's always teachable moments inside of every game, and I think we do have another gear that we can hit as this season closes out.
Tyler Hassell joining us, and I know I heard a stat about if you start a drive with a false start or a hold, the damage that it does for your percentages of scoring is astronomical. Like on the first play, in other words, not just at any point in the drive, but in particular on 1st and 10, when you take over, if you get a holding call or a false start or an offensive penalty, like it drops dramatically the possible effectiveness of that drive. How does a team in high school overcome that? Because that was an NFL stat that I heard. How does a high school team, obviously you said you ended up punting the ball away, whenever there is adversity on a drive in high school, who's the calming effect on this team that says, hey, on the field that you can trust to kind of calm the fellows down and focus on the task at hand? Who do you kind of depend on for that?
Yeah, I think that's been Daniel Thomas for us at running back. He's been our bell cow, and he's been doing a phenomenal job. He's approaching almost 2,000 yards this year. And the young man touches the ball, and the whole goal is if you get 1st and 15 or 1st and 20 on first down, you want to get half of it back, and that's been the focus for our team. You don't want to try to just press and get all of it back, because when you press, that doesn't do you any good. Just try to get half of it back, get back in sync with the chains, and see if you can maybe get a reasonable third down. You don't want to let a 3rd and 10 come around. You want to make it about a 3rd and 5. But you can get it down to about 3rd and 5, 3rd and 3. You have a better chance to convert those when you get behind the chain. So that's been the message to the kids. When we get behind something like that, let's get half of it back. Get at least half of it back, and then let's keep rolling from there.
I've heard from some other coaches that have faced Darryl Barbay's Mansfield Wolverines. And obviously Terrell Pegues is one of those kind of transformational players in a program. But one coach was saying, like, hey, they got other boys out there that are 6'2", 6'3", that can absolute fly, 6'5", can run like a deer. Got another running back that can run a 4.3. So for those that think that Terrell Pegues is the only thing that Mansfield has, that's not quite the truth, is it?
No, it's not at all. They run one-back formations, and they jump in 2-back, and then they rotate some other guys in, and they've got some length out at receiver. So, yeah, there's definitely weapons all over the field. The team speed definitely shows up on tape. They got them believing, and they're playing extremely hard, and that's why they're sitting at 7-2 right here. But we look forward to that challenge going into Mansfield this Friday.
As far as the Pegues kid, what's the key in trying to slow him down?
Yeah, I mean, they like to run off tackle, and we just have to contain him. If you let him outside of that, he gets one cut, he's gonna make you silly in space. You just got to kind of bottle him up, and that's what everybody's been trying to do, and we're going to try to do that on Friday and see what works out.
Well, I'll tell you what, things are working out pretty good. 3 of these last 4 games with wins, and it's put the Manny Tigers back into the playoffs and also back into the search for a home playoff game, which would be guaranteed with a win over Mansfield, and also would give the Manny Tigers a share of a district championship. So a lot on the line Friday in Mansfield, Louisiana, when the Manny Tigers make that short drive north from Sabine Parish to DeSoto Parish. Tyler, this is going to be a fun one, and I think it's fantastic that the Manny Tigers are in position to have a really meaningful 10th game of the season. I know the folks down there in Manny are happy about it as well, and look forward to really good things continuing to go for you guys, man. Hope your boys play hard and come out of this game healthy as well.
Appreciate it, Fletch. Have a good morning.
You too, buddy. Tyler Hassell, head coach of the Manny Tigers. You know, Raj, he's a Houghton grad. H-Town. They're going to have a big deal 2 nights from now with Dak, right? Yeah. 6:56 the time. Our Skent-N-Dent Conversations will continue. Chase Thompson, North Caddo head coach. John Sella, Loyola head coach. Then we've got our Morris Intuit injury lawyers, Player of the Week nominees, and selection for the winner. And then we've got Sonny Cumbie for our Spell Brothers Lumber Tech Tuesday visit. And then we've got Dr. Jim Henderson for our Tech Tuesday visit. And then, there's a lot going on. So hang out, have fun with us. We've wrapped up the early riser portion of our show, brought to you by Sports World, your local uniform pro since 1973. We'll also keep an eye on the NFL trade deadline tracker. Logan Wilson, linebacker for the Cincinnati Bengals, team captain, has been acquired by the Dallas Cowboys already. Trade deadline is today, and don't forget as well, the college football playoff bracket comes out, the very first one. The first official college football rankings come out tonight at 7 o'clock, so we'll also take a look at what we think that's going to be. All right, our show presented by Alsco. We move into the cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Our show also is brought to you by Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. Go Landers.com. Raj, they have got some fantastic deals on some hellacious wheels at Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. I'm talking about hard-working, gorgeous Ram pick-em-up trucks that are absolutely unbelievable. And oh, by the way, you've got your Chrysler Pacifica, the Voyager, Challengers, Chargers, Durangos, and Hornets. You're looking for a Wagoneer, Grand Wagoneer, Wranglers, Jeeps, you name it. Oh, what about the Gladiator? It's half Jeep, half truck, all you. And Rams, my gosh, from the 1500 and the 1500 Classics all the way up to that incredible, hard-working, heavy-duty 3500 Ram trucks, they're all at Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. Trey, Denny, Steve, the whole crew, ready to make your dreams of Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram ownership come true. GoLanders.com, 2701 Benton Road, just south of I-220 underneath the 2,400 square foot American flag. And we'll be back right after this.
Look alive, Stu Prune, Coach McCoachison here for Sports World, letting you know whatever football equipment you need right now, they got it for you at Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. They've been taking care of football players for 50 years. 50 years! Do you know how hard it is to find a 50-year-old football player right now? They can find one for you at Sports World. Looking for a chin strap? They got it. Need some shoelaces? They got it. You need some Gatorade gum? They still make that? I think they got it. Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132.
Hey y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
Cormier Family Dentistry has been with us for quite some time for a good reason. They're really nice. Their staff, warm, welcoming. They take the anxiousness out of going to the dentist. Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072. Adam and Jenna Cormier, the dynamic duo of dentistry. GBT has been our stand-by-us bank for quite some time. When it comes to a bank that delivers service, that delivers financial products, that delivers modern banking at your fingertips, I can think of nobody better than GBT, the great banking team.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU Sports, a Town Square Media station.
Hey now. Welcome back, boys and girls. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton. Hey. What do you say? We have moved into the cleanup hour, brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's opens in 1 hour, and it is a Taco Tuesday. $2.50 tacos all day long, and $3.50 premium tacos at Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Hey now. You're an all-star. Get your game on. Yes. Their OG tacos, $2.50 today. Seasoned ground beef, shredded chicken, shredded brisket. Oh, my, that sounds fantastic. And their primo tacos, the margarita shrimp taco, the California heat, the Baja fish, the quesadilla taco, the Barilla bowl. Oh, wait, that's different. The margarita shrimp taco, the California heat tacos, Baja fish tacos, $3.50. Your Fuzzy's OG tacos, grilled chicken, shredded brisket, shredded seasoned ground beef, $2.50. Carnitas, grilled steak, they're ready for you. Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Why wouldn't you go there today? It's just like so good.
Can you back up to that margarita grilled shrimp? Is that what you said? Margarita grilled shrimp or something like that.
Margarita shrimp taco.
Oh.
Tempura or grilled shrimp.
Okay.
Shredded cabbage. Margarita tomatillo pico with tahini, cilantro, lime crema, garlic sauce, feta, cilantro, and a lime wedge on a flour tortilla.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a whole lot. You know what? It's a mouthful, and I don't mind because it's Fuzzy's Tacos. Yes, sir. Time now for an SEC update brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris. Bo knows that life is, amen, full of twists and turns. We get it. Hard to maybe have plans and stick with them. But if you don't have plans, you kind of, if you don't have plans, you end up kind of on the side of the road. So make that plan, a good investment game plan. Bo Harris, Wealth Management, would love to meet with you about just that. SEC basketball last night. Oh, we had plenty of games. Catch the fever. You got that right. Stephen Pearl takes over for his dad. 20th ranked Auburn Tigers have to go to overtime to beat Bethune-Cookman. That's not exactly how they drew it up, I don't think. 95-90 overtime win.
Pathetic Pearl. Just going to start talking
to
Stephen A.
Yeah.
Or whatever that show is. Get up.
Pearl makes me hurl.
No, definitely pathetic Pearl because they have to alliterate.
Right, they have to be alliterated.
And it has to be a question mark.
Yeah.
Is he pathetic?
Is he pathetic? I think he might be. Ruben Dominguez had 18 points and 4 threes. Josh Holloway, 13 points, 5 of 6 shooting to help Texas A&M get past Northwestern State. Mike White, former Louisiana Tech head basketball coach, got his 300th career win with a 104-59 win over Bellarmine last night for Georgia. Mizzou had no trouble with Howard, 88-67. Nate Ament in Tennessee squeaked past Mercer, 76-61. That's not exactly squeaking past, is it? For the 18th-ranked Vols. Vanderbilt cruised past Lipscomb 105-61. The Arkansas Razorbacks opened the year with a 109-77 win. Look out, Trevon Brazile had 25 points. It was a banner night for the Arkansas Razorbacks. I think people are excited about that. Alabama beat North Dakota 91-62. Ole Miss over Southeastern 88-58. Oklahoma had no trouble with St. Francis out of Pennsylvania 102-66. And Arizona and Florida in a marquee matchup in Las Vegas. 13th ranked Arizona with freshman Koa Pete really putting on a display. 30 points, 7 boards, 5 assists. Topple third ranked Florida, the defending national champs, 93-87. Yeah. So, is it time to move on in Florida?
Yes.
Can't even win a season opener.
All weeks are grinds.
Even in non-conference? Can it be a grind in the non-conference?
It can. Well, I mean, they didn't play with him Koopman.
That's also true. Playing Arizona is a little bit of a grind.
It's a little bit
yeah.
different. Right.
Yeah. And that, my friends, is your SEC update. Paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo would love to discuss your investment game plan. Bo is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA. Securities offered through John Cena. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris Wealth Management, bringing you the SEC updates. You'll find Bo Harris at 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport at BoHarrisWM.com. Give him a call, 318-670-3101. Good morning, Adam Hester.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Great.
Awesome.
Better than Boise State's basketball team.
Oh, what happened to them?
You don't know about this?
No.
You don't know they lost at home to Hawaii Pacific last night?
Oh, no.
They got shamanatted.
Oh, boy. At home, though? At least when you got.
Oh, yeah.
At least when Virginia got shamanatted, they were at least on the island. You know.
And this is how stupid college basketball has become. This game does not count against Boise State's resume or toward the net ranking.
Because they were below NCAA level, Division I.
Who cares about that?
Right. It should count double.
Shouldn't that be a horrible stain upon their resume?
Right. If you lose, it counts double. If you win, it counts a half.
I mean, and Boise's been a pretty functional
They've been a pretty good. They were
team.
like a 6th seed last year, I think.
But this is a Hawaii Pacific squad who got 0 votes for the D2 top 25.
That'll change now.
Yeah, just make them number 1 now.
Absolutely. They're the best in the land.
But so it's not even one of those like, well,
Yeah.
Played a decent team.
Right.
No.
It's like playing North Dakota State in football.
No one they even had college basketball, apparently.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, your head coach of the North Caddo Fighting Titans, good old Chase Thompson. Hey, Chase, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How you doing, Tim?
We're doing A-okay, buddy. Taking on the Homer Pelicans this past week. What was the thing? Again, your kids have given it everything they've got. They've stuck it out this whole stinking season long. I know that as a dad, here, your kids aren't always going to make straight A's, but you're always proud of them for everything they do. And as a coach, I assume that you're proud of the way some of your kids have handled themselves this entire season. What stood out this past Friday?
Yeah. Offensively, I think we actually played a really good football game. We went down the very first drive and kind of stalled out because of a false start and a missed hitch. But, to go and score 30 points against what I think is a pretty good defense, I think was quite a task for our guys. So I was proud of the way that came through for us. Our defense certainly had a hard time stopping them, but we've had a hard time stopping pretty much everybody all year. And so I'm proud of the way that we handled our business on the offensive side of the football, and kind of our mental toughness and our tenacity to finish the games. And I'm always proud of the way the kids finish.
When you talk about the defense has struggled a little bit this year, the Cowboys make a trade for the Bengals team captain on defense, Logan Wilson at linebacker. That's been consummated. They could have used him last night, yeah. No trades in high school football, and so some of these ninth graders that are trying to make tackles against some of these juniors and seniors in high school, some of these sophomores that have not quite had their bodies fill out just yet, are out there, and you can't say, well, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to go over here and pluck this senior who's 6 foot and 195 pounds and put him at safety, and I think we'll be okay. What has your defense done, though, that gives you hope for seasons to come?
Yeah. We actually pulled out an old depth chart from before the season, and we just kind of had a good laugh at what our depth chart we thought it was going to be and kind of what it is now. We have some good young talent, and so Donald Nelson is a freshman who's about 5'5", $160 maybe. And, the kid's got such a huge heart, and he's so elusive when he has the football and has good ball skills. And I think that with time he's going to be a really good DB for us. Shane Eshte, who missed most of the season with concussion problems this year, he was really going to be our rock on defense. We're excited to have him back, absolutely. There's a couple other guys too, but we have good young talent, and this needs time to develop.
Taking on a Cavalry squad to wrap things up for the season. Is it going to be a Thursday or Friday game?
Friday.
Friday game at your place. Cavalry comes up there.
Yes.
Going to be kind of tough to figure out a way to navigate your way past the Cavalry Cavaliers. They're pretty doggone salty and are ranked as high as they are for good reason. So what's the message to your boys this week as you lead into this final game of the year?
Well, luckily the last game of the year kind of writes itself. You got to play the game for your seniors, and it's all about how you want to be remembered. And those guys want to go out having the maximum amount of success possible. And so we're trying to focus on uplifting those guys and playing hard for our teammates.
As far as you and the rest of your coaching staff, obviously it's been a trying year with the injuries and everything that comes associated with it. And being a small community school, you kind of are locked in with whatever, whomever shows up for school is who you have a chance to put on the old roster there. What's something that you're looking forward to in the offseason to help this program get better, you think?
Yeah, I just love the camaraderie of the weight room, and so it's going to be a lot of fun to get back into it. Football, it gets real serious, especially when you're not winning. You get a lot down on yourself, and so we're looking forward to a little bit less seriousness and something to kind of be hopeful for, building for the future.
Chase Thompson, head coach of the North Caddo Fighting Titans, his third year as the head coach there. Do you think that a year like this, how would you have handled it differently in year one, and how much do you think that it's the growth that you've shown, obviously, as a human being, getting older, being around more coaches, more kids, more opportunities and situations? How do you think you've dealt with this differently than what you would have dealt with this like 2 years ago?
Yeah, it's definitely been a change. My first year, I kind of put a lot of pressure on myself because I thought I'm supposed to be a really good football coach. So really good football coaches are supposed to have really good teams. And when it didn't go perfect, I put a lot of pressure on myself to fix it all at one time. And, since I've been here a couple of years now, I've kind of learned more that it's a process, and you only have what you have and can only work with what you have to work with. And so, I'm trying to focus on celebrating the small victories and, being positive about what we can do. And so that's kind of my outlook's a little bit different these days.
Well, I think that's the exact outlook that you're supposed to have, to be honest, in a situation like this. We know this, that North Caddo, every now and then, here comes the talent level. It's going to boost it up, and the boys will be ready to get out there and roll it again, and be a playoff contending team and make some noise in the postseason. It's happened before. It can happen again. And I know this. We always enjoy visiting with you. Looking forward to wrapping up the year with you next week as well, Chase. And more than anything, man, just happy for your kids that have stuck it out and have put together the memories that we all have of being a high school football player and all the fun that comes with it. All the drudgery and all that mess becomes just a part of your landscape, and you look back and laugh and have so much fun recalling all the times you had with your partners and all that good stuff. So happy for your kids that they stuck it all out, and I hope that on Friday night that they give you the absolute best effort they've given you the entire season long.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate you, man.
You bet, Chase. 7:14 the time. When we come back, more Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations. John Sella and the Loyola Flyers coming off a road loss to North DeSoto. They've got to turn around and try to pick up the pieces and take on a Northwood squad next. So no rest for the weary. Can't be hung over on a bad tee shot on 16. Here comes 17. It looks pretty salty as well. So we'll visit with him as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations. Our show also brought to you by the good folks over at Walk-On Sports Bistro. Whether it's college basketball, hockey, NBA, college football, whatever. It's going on right now. Women's hoops, all of it is on TV right now, and all of it's on at Walk-Ons. And, oh, by the way, they have got so many mouth-watering options. The buffalo chicken sandwich, Rogers. We said it yesterday. If you order 2 of them for your family, you have hamburger buns at the house, there's 4 buffalo chicken sandwiches waiting to happen. Because every buffalo chicken sandwich I've gotten at Walk-Ons is enough meat to make 2 sandwiches and then some. It's just amazing. And that buffalo chicken sandwich, I hadn't had that in a while, Hester. That's good stuff.
Well, Friday night.
Friday night, I know. We've only got 3 more shows. It's not a bad idea. Buffalo chicken sandwich. Highly recommended from a fat guy like me. Walk-Ons on Airline Drive north of 220. Walk-Ons in Shreveport on Uri south of East 70th. Walk-Ons. The games just taste better. We'll be back with more of our Fuzzy's Taco Shop cleanup hour when we visit with John Sella next.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
The cleanup hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. Over here in our little Tim Fletcher Show corner of the world, we are so appreciative of the fine folks over at Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers, shining the spotlight on local athletes with our Player of the Week throughout the school year. Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers, morrisdewitt.com.
Hey, Louisiana, get ready to multiply your fun because the celebration starts with the new Multiplier family of games from the lottery. 5 ways to multiply your winnings, starting with 5 times the cash. Win up to $5,000. The fun continues with 10 times the cash. Win up to $20,000. Turn up the volume and play 20 times the cash. Win up to $100,000. And get ready for a cash blast with 50 times the cash. Win up to $200,000. And the ultimate prize, 100 times the cash. Top prize is a whopping $500,000. Multiply the fun, multiply the cash. Join the fun and play the Multiplier family of games from the lottery. Win up to $500,000. Louisiana Lottery, giving you a reason to smile. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
Are you familiar with Sports Cards of Louisiana, Shreveport Bossier's premier sports card and TCG store? That's right. Buy, sell, trade sports cards, Magic, and Pokemon. They're a Topps Direct MVP account, Topps Buyback Redemption Program, Play Pokemon store. They're Fanatics Collect Direct Submission Shop, Games, Workshops, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, Paints and Supply, Magic the Gathering Friday every single week. They have Commander Night plus Pokemon Play on Sundays at Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178.
103.3 FM and 11:30 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton, Adam Hester in the His Owls. Cleanup Hour, brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's, they open in 42 minutes, and oh my, they've got breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos right out of the jump, man. You can jump on them. Jump, jump, jump. Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Makes me want to jump, Raj. Look at that.
Might as well jump.
A little toe touch. Yeah. Pikachu. Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Breakfast tacos ready for you in just 42 minutes. Our show presented by Alsco and Alsco.com. Workwear, facility care, washroom services, and more. 318-636-0404. Hey, let's give it up for our old Mudbugs Hockey Hotline guest on the Skent-N-Dent, or our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation guest on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. It's that good fellow, John Sella. Hey there, Sella. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm all right. Heck of a football game Friday night. I'm sure you wish that it would have gone just a little bit differently. How could it have gone differently? Looking back, what are some things that, if we'd have just had this, then we would have had the win over North DeSoto?
Yeah, I mean, against that offense, for our defense to get force a couple punts and force 2 turnovers, and then offensively, we just didn't do enough with it. And so that's on me that we got to capitalize on their turnovers. And so that was kind of it, is they capitalized on a couple of forced turnovers against us, and we didn't capitalize on theirs. And that was kind of the difference in the game. And then, that's why, I and a lot of coaches defer, is they were able to get that turnaround at the half too, where they got a score, and then half was over, they get the ball at half and scored again. So stealing a possession without even having to get a stop was big too.
Yeah, that's one of those things that I know that Adam's brother Jacob has long been a fan of. As a player and just as an analyst, he's brought that up numerous times about the wraparound score, how much momentum, even at the NFL level, it gives teams if you can do something like that. At the high school level, it feels like it carries even more weight because of just the tendency of a 14 to 18-year-old boy kind of feeling like, oh, damn, kind of a thing. But so you say, again, that your offense could have done more, and I know some of us are looking up and going, well, you scored 7 touchdowns. That's quite enough, isn't it? But you feel like that in today's world, you need to score almost every time?
Versus them,
okay.
Because we did play well offensively. It was just a couple of possessions though that the defense got us a turnover, and then we didn't capitalize on it. And
right.
So it was just that certain possession. It wasn't not offense as a whole in the game, but just those couple of possessions that we didn't do. We had a chance and we didn't take advantage of it. But overall offensively we played really well. And I think, you look at the score, and you probably, people who weren't at the game would think, the defense was horrible. It wasn't. It's just really good offenses. And, with Kenny Thomas, he literally only needs just an inch of space, and then he slips through it somehow. Coach Patrick Harrington, he made a comment that, he's not the same size as Alvin Kamara, but Kenny Thomas, like his balance, and he somehow manages to find a way to shrink himself and not get hit square and stay up and keep going. He was impressive. Their offense overall is impressive, and their defense is really good too. So that's for us to put up that many points against their defense was good. Kind of made it feel like, okay, maybe this offense is for real.
Yeah, the Kenny Thomas factor is, I think, kind of looked over maybe a little too much by people outside of our area. They don't quite understand what North DeSoto has there. Talking to Dennis earlier, and the fact that Luke went over 10,000 yards passing this Friday, and Kenny Thomas became the school's all-time leading rusher. And I thought Dennis brought up a good point. There's a handful of these 10,000-yard passers in our state, and he said most of them, if not all, came from prolific passing offenses. He goes, we've been about a 10,000-yard rushing team as well over those 4 years that Luke's been the starter. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. And it also makes me think that, if Mason Drake, had been around as a freshman running the ball the way he's running right now, and with Bryce doing his thing, that you guys might be in that exact same boat. How similar, in other words, are the philosophies that North DeSoto has on offense to what your philosophy is on offense? Because they throw it to a lot of guys. They've got a great running back and a prolific quarterback. You've got a great running back, a prolific quarterback, and many options as well.
Yeah, I think it appears that, if you got a good running game, it makes life so much easier. You can do so many things off of that, whereas those teams that are just pass, well, then when it comes down to it and you got to, establish a run game, or, it's a physical team that you're playing against, well, it doesn't always work out. So to have that balance and then to work off of the run game, it appears that's what we're both doing. And then when you have a quarterback as good as Luke or as good as Bryce back there, with just some good weapons, it makes it tough to stop, because that's when people were asking us, they're like, what are y'all going to do to stop Delafield? And I was like, we're more worried about stopping the run just in general, because they got two backs that can go back there.
Yeah.
And it's everything off of that, because you can't commit to that because everybody knows how good Luke is. And they got some guys that can run and catch too. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is to stop him. I think you just got to try to force a couple turnovers and, we just capitalize on that.
As far as what lies ahead, well, at least you get an off week this week, taking on a winless Northwood. Oh, wait, no, I'm being told they are not winless. They are actually pretty good. Taking on a Northwood squad this week. So it's, again, no rest for the Loyola Flyers. Here you are. How good is North DeSoto? How powerful were they? Well, Loyola loses, and they're still number 2 in the power rankings in the Select Division 2. And so with that said, what does Northwood bring to the table that's different or unique to them and over some of your previous opponents?
They're very similar to North DeSoto, but just different. I'm not sure because they got their running back can go too.
Yeah.
He's built a lot like Kenny Thomas, and he killed us last year. He was the best player on the field last year against us. And then, they got a quarterback that can throw it deep, and they got weapons out there. And then defensively, they're really good. And they're proud of their defense, and they have a good scheme. And so it definitely does not get any easier. I guess the plus is that we've been in that, and we just experienced that environment. And I was proud of our kids. Nobody blinked, nobody was nervous, or like the moment wasn't too big for them last week, and so we're going to hop right back into it. And so we've experienced it and didn't back down, and now we got to do it again. So I'm just hoping that there's no letdown. A lot of times after a big emotional game like that, you might lose to a lesser team, but now we got a team that's just as good. We got to step up again and have the same energy and the same emotion. So it's going to be tough.
It's not going to be easy. I get that. And there's a lot on the line here as well. Getting a game like this at home, an opportunity, obviously, that Loyola hadn't had in a while here to have a bye in the first round, a home game in the second round of the postseason. A lot of things are really riding on this and just the momentum that you're building. And one of the things that also Dennis mentioned is that how he wanted his team, he said this is like the pre-ACT. He said because this game is going to be very similar to a quarterfinal, semifinal, state final game. He says quarterfinal, semifinal because of where they'll be playing. He said, so the atmosphere, the opponent, the environment, all that was very playoff-like, and he was glad that his boys had that opportunity to experience that before the playoffs. And I thought, I imagine Sella probably feels the same way about your kids getting that opportunity, don't you?
Yeah, and I think it's playoff-like too, in that each week of the play, stack these back to back, and keep having the same energy, like I said. And so this is like a second round or whatever round of the playoff after you just say you beat a good team. Well, then the next week it's the playoffs. You got another good team and then another good team. So we kind of do have a chance here to stack them back to back and get that feeling that each week is going to be tough and it's going to be a challenge. And so to be able to get that experience and then if possibly get that bye to kind of take a breath and then try to go on a run, I think this is a good experience.
It's been an incredible year thus far. 8-1 is that's heavenly to a lot of folks. Would just kill to have had a high school football season like that with an opportunity to go 9-1. And then a postseason run as well. So, man, there ain't no shame in that. And what a fun game it was last week. This is going to be a wild one as well. Friday night at Mesmer Stadium. It's Loyola and Northwood with a lot on the line as far as playoff rankings. Last thing I did want to ask you, how healthy are your fellas heading into this one? Are you getting anybody back? Are you about where you need to be?
We're pretty banged up. We got a few starters out, but at the moment, it looks like we should get them back in the playoffs.
Okay.
So as good as you can be for high school football.
Yeah.
At this point.
I get it. He's a good fellow, that John Sella. We always enjoy visiting with you, buddy. Congrats on so far, so good for the Loyola Flyers, and hope things go well for you and your boys play hard. It's going to be, as Hester likes to call them, an ice bath game. Both these teams love to hit. Northwood and Loyola should be a doozy at Mesmer on Friday night. Thanks a lot, Sella.
All right, thank you.
All right. Our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations return at 9 o'clock. Skent-N-Dent. It's Skent-N-Dent, and I helped. I don't put the dents in any of the furniture, but you know what I mean, Raj.
Is that a job?
It
Could
would
you
be
go
fun.
around and like Microsoft down 3 points?
Yeah.
Smash into things a little bit. I'd be all right with that.
Yeah, I like that. Skent-N-Dent, 814 Shreveport Barksdale. They may have a blemish. They may have a little mark on the appliances, but you can't really see. And some, if you do see, like, who cares? It's a washing machine. It's going to get the job done. And for about half the cost of what you're going to pay at a big box store for the exact same appliance that may be, quote-unquote, pristine. All it takes is for your knuckleheaded teenage son to go in there with a wrench in his hand and turn around like, what? And boom, there you got a scratch on your washing machine. Now you glad you paid all that money for it? Exactly. When we return, Raj, we've got your Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers Player of the Week nominees, your LSU update. Holy cow, we got Sonny Cumbie coming up, Rogers? Rogers is frozen.
Rogers is over your nonsense.
He is frozen. He is so ready to hit F9. Let's take a break right now. The Cleanup Hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy Hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. When I think of the unsung hero in high school football, I think of that player that does all the little things. All the things that the coach asks that player to do, they're taking care of it. When the star of the team goes down, maybe it's that unsung hero that fills the void. Once again, not necessarily getting the accolades, but getting the job done. And that's what Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana has been doing since 1926. They bring you the unsung hero on our Friday night shows as well throughout the week. Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana, an unsung hero themselves. Who knew that wallpaper is making a comeback? I tell you who knew. River City's Lighting. Yeah, the same folks who have your interior lighting, your exterior lighting, your wall accoutrement. They also have your wallpaper. River City's Lighting, 3908 Shed Road, rivercitieslighting.com. GBT is the great banking team, 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window, and when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team. Cormier Family Dentistry has been with us for quite some time for a good reason. They're really nice. Their staff, warm, welcoming. They take the anxiousness out of going to the dentist. Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072. Adam and Jana Cormier, the dynamic duo of dentistry. If you enjoy Tech Tuesdays, you can thank Spell Brothers Lumber for bringing it to you every single week. Spell Brothers Lumber with Tech alum John Salmons at the helm, located at 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier City. 318-747-1194. From lumber and hardware to window installation and so much more, your local lumber folks at Spell Brothers Lumber are here to guide you through the process. 318-747-1194. SpellBrosLumber.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hampton and Adam Hester. The Cleanup Hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They've got breakfast tacos here 28 minutes from now and breakfast burritos. And don't forget, $2.50 OG tacos. That's right, the ground beef, the chicken, the brisket, all right there, buddy. Woo.
Don't sleep on the ground beef.
No, that ground beef is so – I love the seasoning of it.
Good stuff. Get that in the original, like the hard shell. You know.
Yeah, baby.
Don't Austin up your ground beef taco. Just get
no,
nice hard shells and cheese. Rogers, I'm gonna leave now and go get one of those.
$2.50 OG tacos, $3.50 Primo tacos at Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City, and they open in 27 minutes. And they'll have your breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos ready. Yeah, tell Drew we said hey, and while you're telling him that, say hey, here's 3 more. Bacon, egg, and cheese burritos that I'm going to take out to Raj and Adam and Fletcher. That'd be, hey, you don't have to do that, but thank you very much for doing that. Appreciate it. Our show also presented by Alsco and Alsco.com. They've got you taken care of with your linens, uniforms, tablecloths, and all that mess. They can take care of it, launder it for you, and get it back to you so you're rocking and rolling. Alsco.com. 636-0404. Time now for an LSU update brought to you by River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery. Frank Wilson, addressing the media on Monday, said that morale is really high right now and that they are, hey, man, peace, love, dope. They use the bye week for reflection and correction, as opposed to Brian Kelly, who used it for deflection. On the injury front, Tyree Adams remains out. This is from Scott over at DandyDon.com. Lineman Carius Kearney and linebacker Whit Weeks, both questionable for Sunday's game. Wilson said Kearney participated in the scouting report and walkthrough. They will monitor his progress each day. Weeks' status will depend on how much he can handle in practice this week. As far as Michael Van Buren, getting him more involved, the backup quarterback, Wilson said Garrett is our starting quarterback, but Michael brings some special things to the table that make defenses have to defend him differently. He added that when opportunities arise, they'll look to take advantage of what Van Buren can do with his legs.
Run!
Run, Joey, run. Joey, run. Harlem Berry has added 20 pounds since arriving in January. He's what the coaches hope for. He's going to be an outstanding football player, Wilson said, when all is said and done. Okay, here we go. Make some noise. Saturday, 6:30, Tuscaloosa, 4th-ranked Alabama. It's Hate Bama week, and I hope my daughter has changed her Facebook profile to Sydney Fletcher Hates Bama when she was interviewed by WBRZ when she was a student at LSU. From inside, looked like I think she was in the Chimes when they interviewed her there. And my lovely daughter looks the exact same today as she did back then. And that's your LSU update. Brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, rivercitieslighting.com. They've got your light fixtures for inside the house, outside the house, all over the house. Time now for the Morrison & DeWitt Injury Lawyers Player of the Week nominees. And wow, what a doozy of a week in Week 9 we had, Hester.
Indeed.
There were three players that kind of stood above the rest this week. And I had to put it to a vote. And not just you guys. I used those guys. I used some other guys, those cats. And the voting was almost was a tie. There were 2 more votes for the winning player this week than the others, including myself. And so, here we go. Your nominees from Glenbrook. Carson Powell, 4 catches, 100 yards, and a touchdown. Hunter Bell had 10 tackles and 2 sacks. And North DeSoto, the stars came out. Luke Delafield, 15 for 21, 214 yards, 3 touchdowns. Ran 5 times, 72 yards and a touchdown. Kenny Thomas had 22 carries for 276 yards and 4 touchdowns. Miller Warren, 6 catches, 3 touchdowns, 72 yards. Hayden Bell had a pick, a forced fumble, and 11 tackles. At BTW, Vontravius Moore, 4 catches, 100 yards, 3 touchdowns. He had a pick 6 and a forced fumble. Davion Stewart went 17 for 29, 316 yards and 6 touchdowns. At Bossier, Montreville Lewis, 10 for 13, 190 yards passing with a touchdown. 12 carries for 116 yards and 2 touchdowns. He also had 3 tackles, an interception, and forced a fumble. Josiah Rochelle, 4 catches, 87 yards, 2 touchdowns. Red River, Malik Smith went 24 for 30, 273 yards with 3 touchdowns, also ran for a score. Kelton Howard of Natchitoches Central had 24 carries, 140 yards and a touchdown. Loyola's Bryce Restovich had another big game, 403 yards passing on 27 of 42 effort with 5 touchdowns and 1 pick. Mason Drake, 27 carries, 189 yards and a score. Brock Jeter, Stevens kid, 6 catches, 111 yards and a touchdown. Charlie McKenzie, 6 catches, 95 yards and a score. And Ty Walsworth, 4 catches, 93 yards and a score. At Northwood, Kyron Johnson had 15 carries for 127 yards and a touchdown. Parkway's Caleb Williams went 14 of 22 for 283 yards, 4 touchdowns. Also added 64 on the ground with a score. Braxton Black, 14 carries, 96 yards. Tony Gladney, 6 catches, 131 yards and a touchdown. Gabe Gray, 3 catches, 96 yards and 2 touchdowns. Haynesville's Donnie Critton ran 7 times, 115 yards and 2 scores. Brandon Craig of Houghton packed up some stats, 31 carries, 209 yards, 3 touchdowns, 5 catches, 100 yards and a score. Day Drake had 23 tackles, 12 solo, 3 for a loss, 2.5 sacks, and a rushing touchdown for Evangel, and that lost to Lafayette Renaissance. Jerzion Livingston of Homer, 2 interceptions, 107-yard pick 6, 4 catches, 82 yards and a score. Airlines Braylon Jackson laid the lumber all night long, and Zeus Arthur had 4 catches for 174 yards, 5 rushes for 26 yards and a touchdown. Birds Christian Maxey, winner last week, I believe, right? For our Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers Player of the Week. 28 carries, 220 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Shreve's Jamarcier Plater, 121 yards, 2 touchdowns on the ground, 4 catches, and a touchdown. Jackson Gaskin threw for 249 yards, ran for 23, had 4 touchdowns through the air. Nate Green for Huntington had 3 tackles, 2 picks. In Logan Sports, Keaton Kaysen, 10 for 13 for 181 yards passing with 2 touchdowns. 14 carries, 86 yards for 3 touchdowns. Had a 2-point conversion and 2 catches for 32 yards and a touchdown. All right. Your Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers Player of the Week. And I will tell you, the 3 finalists were Keaton Kaysen of Logansport, who had 181 yards passing, 2 scores, 86 yards rushing and 3 scores, and 32 yards receiving with a touchdown. Bossier quarterback Montrevell Lewis, 190 yards passing, 116 yards running, 3 touchdowns, 3 tackles, a pick, and a forced fumble on defense. And North DeSoto running back Kenny Thomas in a battle of unbeatens, 22 carries, 276 yards, and 4 touchdowns. And your winner of the Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers Player of the Week in the battle of the unbeatens, the difference maker just may have been the man who can get too skinny going through those gaps. It's Skinny Kenny. Kenny Thomas, 22 carries, 276 yards, 4 touchdowns. Hester, you agree with that choice?
Absolutely. That was my vote.
8-0 versus 8-0, and the kid plays like that.
2 top-ranked teams, putting the team on your back.
And did a wonderful job. And so there you go. And
Like Greg Jennings.
Any other day, Montrevell Lewis is the Player of the Week. Any other week, Keaton Kaysen is the Player of the Week. Just this week, Kenny Thomas and the opponent and the atmosphere ends up being our Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers Player of the Week. MorrisDeWitt.com. Morris and DeWitt, Trey Morris, Justin DeWitt. Check out their 5-star Google reviews, over 1,700 5-star Google reviews. Check them out online, MorrisDeWitt.com. That's Morris, DeWett.com. When we return in our Fuzzy's Taco Shop cleanup hour, we'll be visiting with head coach of the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs, Sonny Cumbie, for our Spell Brothers Lumber Tech Tuesday right after this. There are so many reasons to shop at Chevyland. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the area, for Pete's sake. But I'm just telling you right now, if you're in the market for a Silverado, that's the place to be. The Silverado LTZ that I'm driving around has everything that I'm looking for. Look, I'm getting older. Maybe I don't drive as well as I used to, which is why I love the front and rear parking sensors, the surround view camera system, all right there in that Silverado LTZ from Chevyland. 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport. Together, let's drive.
The 11:30 a.m. Tiger app, roaring loud and proud thanks to C&M Affordable Fence. From privacy fencing to repairs and more, let's build something great together. Stay locked in with 11:30 a.m. The Tiger anywhere you go. Download today for free.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
It's Macy's Friends and Family, the best time to kickstart your holiday shopping with big savings on our best brands like DKNY, Hugo Boss, Karl Lagerfeld Paris, and more at 30% off. Plus, take 15% off Valentino, Gucci, and more top beauty brands. Or Star Rewards members can earn $20 in Star Money for every $100 spent on eligible brands. Ends tonight, only at Macy's Friends and Family. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, kids. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hampton, Adam Hester here. The cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They open in 16 minutes with breakfast tacos, breakfast burritos, At 4600 East Texas, take exit, the industrial exit of I-20. Go north. You'll find Fuzzy's Taco Shop ready and waiting for you in just 16 minutes. Our show presented by Alsco, alsco.com. When it comes to your facility care, floor care, and more, get in touch with Alsco, 318-636-0404. Time now for our Spell Brothers Lumber Tech Tuesday, brought to you by Spell Brothers Lumber. Owned and operated by John Salmons, Louisiana Tech alum and Army veteran, 1321 Martin Lane, just northeast of Bossier High, spellbroslumber.com. And joining us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline for that Tech Tuesday, your head coach of the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs. It's Sonny Cumbie time. Hey, Sonny, how you doing?
Hey, Tim. I'm doing great, man. It's good to be back on with you guys this week.
No doubt about it. Big win for the Bulldogs on Halloween night. Just a relentless, and I'm looking right at the, boy, that's a good word. I know I'm got it because I'm reading it from your website. A relentless rushing attack. My gosh, 425 yards rushing, 6 rushing touchdowns, 646 yards of offense in the 55-14 win over Sam Houston. You have to like a lot about that, I assume, Sonny.
Yeah, no, there is. There's a lot to like about the performance we had on offense, running the football. It starts with the offensive line. I mean, I think that physically dominated the line of scrimmage, just did a great job of moving people off the ball. Our tight ends, Eli Finley and Braden Bachler, just a great job of inline blocking. And, and then the running backs, I think, are getting, more consistent in terms of, trusting their read keys, trusting their eyes. They did a really good job in open spaces of making people miss. And then you had receivers that were blocking downfield to allow you for some explosives. And so it was a really great performance, running the football, very dominant. And it's something that we need to just continue to build off of and carry momentum at it. If you get 640 and 425 each week, we'll be really tickled. We know that's what you shoot for is just your best. And I think our best Saturday night or whenever we played last, it was pretty good. I think it was a complete game in the first half for certain in terms of offense, defense, and special teams. Some things in the third and fourth quarter to clean up on, but I'm really proud of the relentless effort. Like you talked about in the opener. I mean, the guys physically dominated that football game.
And so far, so good. Landon Nelson named the Conference USA Offensive Lineman of the Week, your starting center. What does he do as far as being the pivot man on the offensive line that stands out?
And communication, everyone's on the same page with Landon in there. Our identification, so we ask our center to ID things in the run game and pass protection. And I think that Landon played very physical. I mean, he was in that group too as far as, moving people off the ball. There was no question who was winning the line of scrimmage. And, I think that, Landon does a great job of spearheading that group. And, he's been here with us for a long time and has just continually gotten better and better and is a great addition, on the field, obviously, but, also just in our locker room and on our team has really done a great job and has really embodied Louisiana Tech as a school. He's graduated. He loves being here. He loves Ruston, and he loves being a Bulldog. And I think he fleshes that out on a daily basis with his work habits. And, you're able to see it, in a 12 times, 13, 14 times in game atmospheres. And in some games he's played better, and some games he hadn't played as well in. But I think overall, collectively, like on a daily basis, he really embodies what this place is about. A very blue collar, tough kid who, loves being a great teammate and loves the game of football.
Sonny Cumbie joining us here on our Spell Brothers Lumber Tech Tuesday. And Sonny, I didn't realize this until I read it. That's the fourth straight game that the Bulldogs have scored on their opening drive. And I'm not sure if that means that the other team, how many times you had the ball first in those 4 times, or how many times in those 4 games that it gave you a 7-0 lead, or if it was to equal a score or to go up 7-3. But you're putting points on the board your opening drive. Boy, that's got to be – there's got to be some metric. I remember the former LSU coach, Brian Kelly, said that when they scored first, they had an 83% winning percentage or something along those lines. And I'm sure that you've got guys that have got the metrics down as well. But what does it do for the psyche? What does it do for everything on your squad to see your offense go down there and put up points on their opening drive 4 straight games?
That's him. We got to get something right. We don't have quite as many people working here at Louisiana Tech as they do at LSU. So I may have my 12-year-old son do that, Take the labor in-house. We got class checks. We got other things we got working on, man. Our workforce is smaller. You're right on that and this is the first game we started the game on offense. We lost the coin toss for the first time this year.
Wow.
But also obviously it worked out very well for us because, Coach Franklin, and their offense has done a great job of starting the game. I think in these last 4 games, you go down the field and you score a touchdown. And it does get your kids in the frame of mind. It gets us, the confidence rolling, the momentum going. And as we've gone through the season, we've had those, where we've scored first and sometimes we hadn't scored again for a while. And so it's gotten better in terms of, hey, we're scoring first. We're scoring, we keep the foot on the gas, and the expectation now I think is growing within their offensive mindset it is to take the ball and go score every time we have to do it, and because that's what we're capable of. But it does help. I mean, it's a great way to start games, and Tim, it has me thinking, in terms of, all right, do we defer? Do we take the ball? Because that has been a trend lately. Now do I change, my thought process from the standpoint of, when we win the toss, do we defer or take the football to go down and score?
Having 2 running backs run for over 100 yards as well is a nice little I think if you have that, you're probably going to win a lot of football games if you get that on occasion. So Wiggins and Clay both had over 100 yards. What is the significance to you as a head coach, and what do you think the significance is to Tony to have a couple of guys at your disposal that can break off a century mark, that teams are going to have to respect that there's not a dip when you go from one running back to the next?
Yeah, I think, Clay is really asserted himself as our top running back. He has the speed to take the distance. He does a great job of making people miss. Wiggs is just his deal is he was very consistent last week in practice and performed that way. And so it's a huge deal for us that, you're not having to change your thought processes and play calling in terms of who's in at running back, who's not. And I feel really good about Andrew Burnett also. He had the 66-yard touchdown run. And so I think we really have, 3 guys running the football that can we can be explosive with, and we can win because they're in the game. And so I think that's been a huge difference because in a couple of years past, our running back room has been really depleted via injury or just, hadn't produced at that level. And we just got to, continue to do that with these guys. And it's been great to see, Clay and what he's done and how he's just progressively gotten better and better in stacked weeks these last couple of weeks.
And on the other side of the ball, Sonny, things are going pretty well as well. Jacob Fields with a pick 6, and that's the 5th? 6th defensive touchdown of the season.
6 defensive touchdowns I think we've had, yeah.
That leads the country. What is it about this defense that has made them kings of the opportunities right in front of them?
Yeah, very opportunistic, and they make their most of them. They put in a lot of time back in the winter as far as, creating ball skills, getting, and I think some of it is, you're in the right place at the right time, in terms of the coverage and the call to be able to score, and so I think that Jacob was, he'd been the one that, would kind of missed out on opportunities. And a big thing is he just ended up, he was in a great spot in terms of the call, did a good job of reading the quarterback's eyes. And when those plays happen, you have a guy that's got a lot of speed down the sideline, but you also have Sam Fongang, and Alonzo Jackson that are doing a great job of shielding the offensive players to allow you to get to the sideline and go. And we gave up more yards, than we would have liked to on Saturday. But I think it was, when you look at it from the standpoint of, I think they were 4 for 15 on 3rd downs, 1 for 6 on 4th downs. They were 0 for 3 in the red zone. And, oh, by the way, you score a touchdown on defense, and they only score 14 points. It's a pretty good performance. And these guys have a lot of confidence and a lot of belief, and it's almost like they're let down, if we don't have takeaways and we don't have a score on defense, because their expectation is to do that each week.
Sonny Cumbie joining us here, and the Bulldogs are getting ready to form the Bulldog Triangle here, flying off to Delaware for this week, and then next week flying off to Pullman, Washington. So we're going complete opposites here. One Conference USA game, one, of course, out of conference. This week at Delaware, what do the Fighting Blue Hens bring to the table that concerns you most, as Louisiana Tech is now just one win away from being bowl eligible?
Yeah, it starts offensively with their quarterback. Nick Mininucci is, is a really good player, and I may have butchered his last name, but he's a really good player. Number 4 for him. It's, he makes plays throwing the ball. He's one of the top 10, top 15 in the country in passing. He's very accurate. He has the ability to keep plays alive with his feet. He's a super competitive player. And offensively, they do a lot of different things from a concept and they'll shift in motion more than what we've seen up to this point. So, our eyes have to be great, at linebacker and safety, and we've got to be able to tackle the quarterback and force him into putting the ball in our hands. The games that they've lost, they've turned the ball over, and that's what we've got to be able to try to do is create takeaways. They're one of the best passing teams in our league, and their backs are big. Joe Silver is one of the biggest backs, in our league, and so it's going to be a great challenge. Their offensive line is very big, and so defensively, their defense, is a group that plays extremely hard. I think their linebackers are good players. They have 2 really good safeties. A corner that's a really good player. And so, our guys, it's an educational piece. I showed them it was a 20-hour drive and 1,200 miles away. I showed them on a map so we all knew, because we had literally, I think, 5 people in our team room that never even been to Delaware. So it'll be a great experience for us to go there and to win a football game. And, it's going to be a 3 o'clock kickoff. And so, I reminded them that, it's going to be about 65 degrees, which is what it was yesterday and probably what it'll be here today in Ruston. So from a weather standpoint, it's going to be great. And our job is to make sure that the performance we had Friday night travels with us Saturday, because the same people are taking the bus trip and flying there. And so the expectation is that we play even better than what we did last Friday. And we're finally playing on a Saturday too, Tim. So today's actually Tuesday, which I can breathe easy on that,
You actually have your days are actually lining up the way that the Mayans wanted them to, all those years ago.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah. The last time that you guys had a road game was the only clunker that really, if in this 60-year-old's opinion, the only clunker that the Dogs have had all year at Kennesaw.
Yeah, no, it was.
What's the thing that you want on this road trip, the way you handle this road trip, that's going to go differently than the road trip to Kennesaw? I know it's a little bit different, but it's still a lengthy road trip, and I know coaches get concerned about those things.
Yeah, I think that we have to be very mindful of our own energy and creating that. We have to be very mindful of how we handle adversity when the momentum will completely go against you from a crowd standpoint also. And how our players handle that and how our coaches handle that. And so we have to be very mindful of that because, I think that was one of the, things that identified, in the Kennesaw is that once Blake went down on offense and they scored a couple of times on defense, we didn't punch back. And that was unlike us, from the standpoint of how we compete and how we play and how we fight. So, that's definitely, something in my thought process. And, it's the biggest thing that, we want to try to do is to build off of, because since that game, there's action on offense and defense and special teams, and we've gotten better and better and better. And that's where I want to continue to build that momentum and continue to reap the reward of an improvement from the standpoint of winning a game.
Sonny Cumbie, head coach of the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs. They're heading off to go out and face the Fighting Blue Hens of Delaware. The home of Joe Flacco, right?
Joe Flacco, yep, man, he's still lighting it up. How about
still
that?
Lighting it up. 40 years old, still out there getting it through for over 400 yards, didn't he, this weekend, or like 340?
Yeah.
480?
Yeah, no, he's been lighting it up.
It's just insane. Now he can't play linebacker, which they need one now since they traded one to the Cowboys this morning. Sonny, man, I hope you guys have a great trip, and I hope it's fruitful as well. And I hope that when you guys come back that we're talking about the bowl-eligible Bulldogs getting ready to head off to Pullman, Washington. So safe travels and best of luck to your Dogs.
Well, I appreciate it. You and me both, Tim. I hope we're talking about that next week, and you guys have a great week.
Thank you, Sonny. Sonny Cumbie, head coach of the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs for our Spell Brothers Lumber Tech Tuesday. Of course, Spell Brothers Lumber, home of Hot Shot Delivery Service. They'll deliver those doors, windows, lumber, hardware, supplies that you've purchased from Spell Brothers Lumber. They will deliver promptly and efficiently to your work site. And then remember, when the job is done, if you have materials that you have purchased from Spell Brothers Lumber left over that are undamaged, unused, guess what? They will come pick them up, and they will have a store credit for you
Who else does that? Huh? Spell Brothers Lumber. 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier. When we come back, we got the SEC update. We're going to talk with Dr. Jim Henderson. Got our pets' heads are falling off. We have wrapped up the Fuzzy's Taco Shop cleanup hour, and that means Fuzzy's is open right now for your breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos. Enjoy. We'll be back with the Brewer Quality Homes Power Hour right after this. The cleanup hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at RejuvamineMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
Rogers, your pops was Mr. Shreveport, right?
Yes, he was. First ever.
Big muscle-bound guy.
Yes, he was.
You like muscles?
I do.
I like my cars with muscle.
Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding me?
Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. They basically are the Mr. Shreveport Bossier of muscle cars.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, because they flex the Challenger and Chargers all the time. When you pull up next to one of those, it's almost like, is that Rogers Hampton Sr., like, embodied in a Challenger?
Especially the ones that were red, because he had red hair.
Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
The Power Hour of the Tim Fletcher Show is brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We don't know where Donnie goes, where he's traveling next, but we do know this. When you go to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, you're going to get a fair, square deal on a beautiful manufactured home.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU Sports, a Town Square Media station.
Hey now, welcome back, guys. 8 o'clock time. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Home Center, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, Louisiana. The Brew Crew getting the job done. Remember, my friends, everything Donnie Brewer touches turns to sold. Time now for your SEC update. Brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris Wealth Management. 223 Fannin, downtown Shreveport. Bo Harris knows that the only person who's going to take care of you in the future is who you are today. Don't let your future self hate your present self because you didn't take care of yourself years ago, which is today. Bringing you this SEC update. The SEC soccer tournament continues today with quarterfinal action, all on the SEC network. At 11:30 this morning, it gets going with number 2 seed Vanderbilt in Alabama. Once again, 11:30. All of these matches are taking place in Pensacola, Florida at the Ashton Brosnaham Park. At 2 o'clock, number 3 seed Georgia and 6 seeded Kentucky. At 4:30, the top seed Arkansas battles 8 seeded Mississippi State. And at 7 o'clock tonight, LSU battles Tennessee in a matchup of the 5 seed against the 4 seed in the nightcap. The semifinals will take place on Thursday, and the championship match for the SEC Soccer Championship will take place on Sunday, 1:30 in Pensacola on the SEC Network. Your SEC update is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your investment game plan. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, SEMA. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris Wealth Management. 223 Fan in downtown Shreveport, 318-670-3101. Bo Harris of Wealth Management, taking care of your investment game plan needs. Joining us now on the Mudbucks Hockey Hotline for our double dip of the Louisiana Tech Tuesday, brought to you by Spell Brothers Lumber, it's good old Dr. Jim Henderson, school president for Louisiana Tech. Hey, Dr. Jim Henderson, how are you doing?
What's going on, my friend? How are you?
I am A-OK. Hey, there's a I'm going to get your opinion on this because I know that I don't know what you consider the LSU system here, all that mess, but they're announcing a school president today. How big of a deal is that for a school operation like LSU to have the right person in charge, and what goes into that and all that good stuff? What goes into being a school president? Who knows better than you?
Yeah. Well, it's always a big historic event for a university when they have a president named. And of course, the LSU system has been a little bit different than, say, the UL system, in that they've had a person simultaneously fill the role of system president and president of the LSU A&M campus in Baton Rouge, where we have a system president and then 9 university presidents, and so it's a little bit different structure. But they've gone through this process, and the board, it's probably the most important decision a board makes, because while a board chooses presidents run universities, and that's it's going to be a big decision for them, and it's the process of board governance. And I got to onboard 7 university presidents when I was UL system president, and always warned them to never confuse the office of the presidency with the occupant of that office, because the occupant is very temporary. The office is permanent.
That's very well stated. You ought to be. Oh wait, you are school president. As far as again, you are a very athletic-oriented school president. Your pops was just an outstanding coach and molder of young minds and men growing up, and so you've been around sports your entire life. But before we get to that, I am just kind of curious, just because of, we have you and what's going on down at LSU with the president thing there. What is the most trying thing facing campuses today? And in particular, what's the most trying, difficult thing that your campus is facing? And then we'll ask the other side of it as well, Jim, a two-pronged question, which is, what is the thing that you are absolutely excited about and most proud of with what's going on at Louisiana Tech?
Well, I'll tell you, the most challenging thing is just a shift in mindset for public institutions. We're no longer reliant on public resources for the majority of our operations. We get $35 million from the state at Tech, and we send $36 million back to other state agencies for mandated cost. And so we operate this institution based on self-generated revenues. Of course, a large part of that comes from tuition and fees, but our auxiliary enterprises generate a lot of revenue. And then we've been a pioneer in going out and doing innovative public-private partnerships that, like the Radiance Technology Secure Microchip Plant, and creating Bulldog Microchips LLC to run that operation. Those types of things are what are going to fund institutions in the future. Of course, we're laser focused on growth. That's the key. Just like any other private business, you have to be growth-oriented. And so that's probably the biggest challenge. But the most exciting thing is just the students. We get such remarkable students at Louisiana Tech. We had a quad filled with over 3,000 people this weekend for our Time Out for Tech event on Saturday morning. Glorious day, beautiful outside, and some of the best and brightest from around the state of Louisiana and beyond. We're here to explore Louisiana Tech, express their interest in coming here. And, we've had 3 record-setting freshman classes. The next one's going to be the largest of them all. And again, growth is part of our mantra.
Dr. Jim Henderson joining us here, school president at Louisiana Tech University. What role does AI play in the advancement at Louisiana Tech, and how much of a challenge has been navigating the AI landscape at a university?
So, a couple of weeks ago, Bessie President Ronnie Morse formed a task force to study implementation and a framework for AI literacy in K through 12, and he asked me to chair it. Wow. And so AI has been consuming a lot of my thinking and time. You know, at our institution, we've got Craig Van Slyke in our Computer Information Systems program that is one of the nation's leading talkers about how you develop applications for AI on the software space. And then Mary Finley is in industrial engineering. He's talking about how you incorporate AI to improve your industrial processes. Then we have people in industrial organizational psychology that are talking about how do you prepare people to work in a world, in a world that's dominated by AI, and then when it's replacing tasks, and it can be a cultural impact on your organization. And then our English professors are working at don't use AI to write your paper, and they can tell when the M dashes start adding up that you're you might be cutting corners. And I tell students all the time, we can tell when it's AI. So bring your best mind to the table.
It sounds like that if I were in a meeting with these people, that I do a lot of nodding and like, yeah, okay, mm-hmm. Yes, I got you. Great point.
That works well, man. That works well.
keep doing you. That's awesome. So if you need anybody like that over there, just holler at me. I'm available for rentals to be the head nodder.
We're really checking the boxes for your listeners today, aren't we?
Well, you know, it blows me away how quickly we have become so much of our livelihood and just what we do on a regular basis truly is, you know, kind of AI centric, and I think more than what many people probably really want to think about. And so I'm like, well, someone better be on top of this stuff. And it sounds like you've got some folks that are certainly at the cutting edge in the implementation of it. Now, of course, on the athletic side of things, we were just visiting with your head football coach. Football is still maybe the best window front to a university. Is that still the case, you think, in 2025?
Yeah, I think it's part of it. You know, students want to have a school with a winning football history, winning football culture. That's a big part of it. And there's so many other things they look to, you know, quality of the facilities and the quality of instruction. And, you know, we're big in experiential learning here, so that they love that, where, you know, you get a robot and a tool bag on day one. But football is still an important part of it. At least it was for the more than 3,000 students that showed up at our homecoming game. You know, when you have almost a third of your student body come to a football game, I think you're doing something right. Mm-hmm. And they certainly added a sense of energy to that Joe IA crowd. Last Friday night on Halloween, as the Bulldogs were clad in all black for their battle dress uniforms, and it was quite a showcase.
It really was. It was also, you know, in addition to homecoming, Hall of Fame weekend. And you look at the names that are in the Louisiana Tech Hall of Fame, and it's pretty doggone eyebrow-raising. As a guy who grew up with, you know, with memories of so many of these people like yourself, what was it like, and how has that been, just seeing that Hall of Fame class grow and the quality of the individuals that have been inducted here recently?
Well, just a little anecdote. I ran into legendary Frank Bright at in the crowd, and he told me that the Chief, Sam Wilkinson, hit 391 when his senior year, 1960, at Fair Park High School. You know, the state champion team that never was. It's a great long story. Talk to Nico Van Thyn if you want the scoop on that one. And so I mentioned that at the mic, and then Frank emailed me the next day a picture from the 1960 Sequoia that had Charlie Wilkinson, which was Sam was going by in those days, and he actually hit 397. So I had shorted him 6 thousandths on his batting average. But you know, that's the great part about sports, the lore associated with it, the you know, the stats, the data, and how these people remember these things. You know, I got to see Ronnie Alexander and induct him into and what an amazing football player he was. Of course, he's been a fixture around high school football in the Shreveport-Bossier area, but he was part of Pat Collins' staff over at NLU when he was building a national championship team there. And so they just to reconnect with these guys. Cheryl Ford, you know, one of the late generation Lady Texters, and what a phenomenal basketball player she was. It was quite a night for any sports fan to be around these legends of the game.
Dr. Jim Henderson, school president, Louisiana Tech University. What's the thing that you are looking forward to in a 5-year plan for Louisiana Tech
that people should be excited about where Louisiana Tech's going to be when 2030 rolls around?
Yeah, so Louisiana Tech has got such a solid reputation, and so you've got a great foundation to build on. You know, my predecessors, Dan Renault and then Les Geis, did a great job of that. But we're laser focused on realizing our potential, creating a circumstance where our students, upon graduation, can fulfill their wildest dreams and have a fulfilling life. You know, creating an environment where faculty want to be a part of this institution, where we're building and taking care of facilities that are places where people want to study and work, and then we're continuing to lead the nation in these innovative partnerships that lead to economic growth. You know, when you bring in a company that we're going to build a secure microchip plant, and they're going to hire 150 people at an average of $85,000. That's a pretty good deal. And what that does for the city of Ruston, that economic shot in the arm is fantastic. As I'm looking out the west-facing windows here on the 16th floor of Wiley Tower, I see a big clearing over there on Tarbutton Drive exit, where Beaver was just in town to break ground on the first Buc-ee's in Louisiana. We will have the closest Buc-ee's to a football stadium on the planet Earth, and I think that's a fun thing. But it's all these other things that we're doing at Tech that really define who we are.
It really is a wild, exciting time, and who better to have the reins than this fellow right here who, from our original Loyola Flyer correspondent on Friday Football Frenzy, he's made something of himself, Raj, rising all the way to the ranks of the Louisiana Tech School President. How about those Flyers, huh?
Yeah, how about those Flyers? And then got the live beagle that we helped them develop a plan for. And it was just a remarkable celebration of live mascots, and of course that history there with Snoopy and Charles Schultz, and now they have that precious little beagle Flyer, and he and Tech 22 are best friends, and I couldn't be happier for them. Laurie is doing a fabulous job at that institution, and man, they're killing it on the football field. I'm so proud of those guys.
Well, I'll tell you what, I know a lot of folks are also proud of what's happening there at Louisiana Tech under your stewardship as well. And as always, Dr. Henderson, our best to your incredible family, your grandbabies that just are absolutely awesome. How much fun that kind of stuff is as I well know. So, buddy, happy for everything that you've got going on over there. Nothing but continued success and bright futures for all the folks over at Tech. And love catching up with you any chance we get.
Yeah, I love it, man. It's always great to talk to you, Tim. And if you can see those grandbabies run around Miami in Tech gear, they'll stand out. So
they do, man. All right, buddy. Thanks, Jim.
Go Dogs, bud. Bye-bye.
I felt like I was Tony Romo just then. Hey, Jim. Here we go, Jim. Jim. Tech Tuesday, brought to you by Spell Brothers Lumber. Louisiana Tech alum, John Solomons. Spell Brothers Lumber, 1321 Martin Lane. Doors, windows, hardware, and more, plus lumber, and more lumber. Spell Brothers Lumber. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, Brewer Home Center. Have we had any more trades, fellas? Haven't seen anything? Only one so far still, Logan Wilson from the Bengals to the Cowboys?
No, all we have after that is the college football playoff game times have been released.
Oh.
For all the rounds.
Indeed. Well. Indubitably.
Doesn't really matter. We don't know who's playing in them.
No. Well, we'll know tonight the 12 teams that are in the playoffs right now.
So stupid.
This is the first playoff rankings tonight. Hester, are you hanging your
no.
Are you nervous?
I won't be watching it, so no.
I'll call you as soon as Texas is announced.
No, please don't. They're going to put a team in a spot that God, how could they put them above them? Are they crazy? Literally just to make you react and tweet and be mad. And it's so stupid.
Correct. All correct. You're correct, sir.
So no, I don't.
Okay.
I do not care about that.
All right, didn't know. 8:18 the time, Power Hour coming at you courtesy of the Brew Crew. Of course, our show presented by Alsco and Alsco.com. Workwear, facility care, laundry care, and more, 636-0404. Our show also brought to you by the wonderful human beings at Sports Cards of Louisiana. I know that
Allen and Ginter comes out, I think, today, tomorrow, something like that. I like that set. Esther, you like that Allen and Ginter stuff or not?
Yeah, that's fine.
It's kind of more of a vintage baseball card, you know. I just kind of like the look of it. As far as other things that are happening in the world of sports cards, well, you know where to go. Sports Cards of Louisiana right there on North Market Street. Today is Tuesday. Yeah. Ooh, today is Panini Phoenix release day. I like the Phoenix. It's got a nice little, everything's chrome on it, so I like that. Very pretty stuff. And one of the more customary, everybody's got Panini certified football cards, you know, in their collection. That comes out tomorrow as well. You've got Panini Absolute coming out, Panini Mosaic coming out on Friday. All kind of fun stuff. Got a Topps update next week. As far as staying on top of things, that's what they do over at Sports Cards of Louisiana. And they get as much of the products that they can get so that you are going to be in touch as well. LCSs, as they are called, local card shops, are the backbone of the hobby industry. And we have got a doozy here in our midst. On North Market Street, Sports Cards of Louisiana, Joey and Sarah and the entire crew. And plus, let's not forget, they do such a huge business as Pokemon and Magic the Gathering cards. All there on North Market, just north of I-220 in the Brookshire Shopping Center. Brookshire's faces North Market, right around the right, just on the north side of the building. Facing north. Right over there, you'll find the Sports Cards of Louisiana in a vast space. They have got a lot of room and a lot of cards and a lot of supplies. If you're in the hobby, you need to be at Sports Cards of Louisiana as often as possible. You'll be glad you were. And we'll be back with more of our show right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, supporting the Tim Fletcher Show. You know, he loves naming his homes after movies, characters, and all that good stuff, Hester. What's the next one you think Donnie Brewer should be investing in?
The roles of John Candy.
So, John Candy movies. Little Uncle Buck.
Yes.
What else you got?
How about Summer Rental?
Ooh, perfect for the deer camp, though. Whatever camp it is you have, get the summer rental at Brewer Quality Homes.
The Home Alone.
Oh.
Gus Polinski. Polka, polka, polka.
Do the polka, polka, polka all the way down to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Get on a plane, a train, or an automobile and get your Brewer Quality Home right now.
Just don't name one after barf.
In the studio with our 11:30 The Tiger industry ace, Lynch's Lawn and Fence. I hear you've got something big to tell us about.
We're doing a $5,000 fence giveaway.
So who's eligible to win?
One lucky homeowner within 50 miles of our Bossier City office will win.
What do I have to do to register?
Visit the Lynch's Lawn and Fence Facebook page to follow the instructions on how to win. Don't miss out on securing the yard of your dreams before the end of the year.
All right, well, I'm going to win this.
Well, actually, you can't win, Greg.
Well, wait, why not?
Well, because you work here.
Oh, I guess that makes sense.
Here's your chance to win a $5,000 fence. Visit the Lynch's Lawn and Fence Facebook page and follow the instructions on how to win. Hurry, the deadline to register is November 30th.
Learn more about this industry ace at lyncheslawnandfencellc.com.
Don't get caught with your fence down. You call, we come. God bless the USA.
Whether your kid is lining them up on the gridiron and putting in the mouthpiece and getting after it, or maybe you got a kiddo who's a part of the Friday night spectacle of drill team and pep squads and cheerleading squads, guess what? Sports World's got you covered. You got a uniform need? Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, boys and girls. Tim Fletcher Show. Rogers, Hampton, Adam Hester. By God, that's Adam Hester's music. Ba-dum-ba, John Cena.
Are you ready?
Ready for what?
That's the best part.
Our Power Hour is presented to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. They have got your beautiful manufactured home ready to rock your world, brother. Come on out there, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Our show presented by Alsco and Alsco.com. Doc Marvin, got a question for Dr. Joe. Union Board used to have large concerts with well-known artists in the past. Hasn't been one in a while. Any chance we return to bringing big artists back to town?
No. I will say no. I can answer that for him.
Yeah.
No.
That's just not how that works.
Not anymore.
No.
Our union board did the same thing back in the day, Raj.
Those days are just over.
See, I mean,
Yeah.
you think, back in 1983, how popular were the Go-Go's?
Oh, huge.
At the height of their fame. We saw them for $5. Do you think a band that is popular as the Go-Go's would perform anywhere?
No.
For $5 right now? No.
You wouldn't be able to approach somebody with a name like that now.
No.
For a
I told you
college
I
kid.
looked up Rush tickets.
Yeah.
That may be more than all the tickets I ever bought in my entire life added up in one.
Bands that play at the Revel
for good
cost more than what
it was nosebleeds too.
cost more than what we paid the Go-Go's to come to the Northeast.
No, that's
Yeah.
It's another example of how good things were and how it will never return.
It will never return.
Yeah.
Never, ever, ever, ever.
Now you'll get maybe they can get some. What were we talking about yesterday? American Idol finalists. Okay. Well,
Yeah. I could probably listen to a person that sounds like who sounds like the American. What is that thing called again?
American Idol.
American Idol. Yeah. I'm telling you, we went to go see Ruben's band the last time they played, and my partners that were with me, the husband, they both petered out. They got tired, so we didn't make it all the way to the end of the show.
Right on the vine.
And Ruben did tell us that they were going to be on about an hour and a half before they actually did come on. But we saw Aubrey and the Meat Sweats. Aubrey of the Meat Sweats is a girl. My God, she's got one of the most incredible voices I've ever heard in my life. It was unbelievable.
Maybe Tech could get hurt.
That's what I'm saying. Like, a voice as good enough to be American Idol is playing at Bears as a lead singer of Aubrey and the Meat Sweats.
That's it. Kind of becomes the running joke with the Mardi Gras crew of, all right, we haven't got our Grand Marshal announced yet, or the Grand Marshal maybe drops out or something like that.
Right.
And it's like, all right, well, any minute now we'll be told the finalist from America's Got Talent will be our Grand Marshal. That just seems to happen a lot.
It does. It does.
Hey, get excited for a guy you've never heard of who finished 8th on this show you don't watch.
Who's the last national known person that was the Grand Marshal? Brando?
Yeah.
Was that
Brando last year?
Was it last year or 2 years ago?
I think it was last year.
Was it last year?
Yeah. I mean, we also had Bill Paxton one year.
Well,
and we had Carl Malone.
I get it. I'm just saying.
So that was, but a lot of times it ends up being.
I'm Carl Malone.
A lot of times it ends up being the guy that finished 8th on the show.
Right. Okay.
Yes, it was Brando the last time.
All right.
According to this, according to the AI overview.
Hello, telling you. AI is everywhere, man. We did not mention this on the air, but Hester, Jose Iglesias won Halloween.
He did.
Can you explain?
What a great. You think about it. I don't have to think of. There's no thought that has to go into this.
Nope.
I'm a professional baseball player.
Correct.
So, I'm just gonna wear my uniform.
San Diego Padres, Jose Iglesias wore his Padres uniform.
It's already here.
Trick-or-treating with his kids.
Luckily, the Spanos family does not own the Padres.
Yes.
I know they're in L.A. now.
They would have charged, yeah.
But what's he doing with his uniform?
How do you get that?
Fine him.
Man. Last night in Monday Night Football, the Cowboys laid a turd in the Punch Bowl.
Yeah, that was terrible.
That was a horrible football game.
I mean, like at halftime, just realizing I've endured this entire half of football, and I don't even care about these teams. And there's the fantasy matchups weren't close, so there's no reason to sit here and hope that something happens. So why am I doing this? They looked at Haley. I was like, "Do you want to watch anything else? Like literally anything else? Because this is terrible, and it's not going to get any better." I don't care. It's fine. Just keep it on. All right. Like 10 minutes later, I think I'm going to go to bed. All right.
Yep.
Don't blame you. What a horrible, horrible football game that was.
I kept waiting for it to get better.
Yeah, when the Cowboys blocked the punt.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, here we go. Now it's on.
Yeah.
Cowboys have been really good on offense this year. We're going to see some fireworks now.
kind of nice if they had recovered the fumble on the one and handed the ball to Deaumante for a touchdown for fantasy purposes, but that's just me. That's just me. Yeah, I thought that would be it. Like, who doesn't block a punt for a touchdown and turn that into more points later on? How do you not let that give you momentum?
Shift,
yes, it did not, because
momentum
Arizona
stayed firmly where it was. Momentum's like, I like it here and it ain't going nowhere.
I kind of like Arizona. I think I want to go back with those guys.
I want to get back on that plane.
Arizona averaged over 10 yards of play, I think, for the entire game. Something weird like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Cowboys, Deron Bland, on that first touchdown pass to Marvin Harrison Jr., that's the worst coverage of a goal line slant I've seen in my life.
That's the guy they gave the money to.
Correct.
Right? What are we doing?
I don't know. He was so bamboozled that, of course, we've all seen it if you watch the highlights or whatever. They show C.D. Lamb's reaction to his teammate getting toasted, and he is like, oh, and then turns to a teammate and laughs about how good of a move, or at least it appears that way, how good of a move Marvin Harrison Jr. put on Deron Bland that gave the Cardinals a touchdown.
And now Marvin Harrison is good, right?
Yeah, Marvin Harrison is back to being good.
Now he's good again.
He didn't add on too much weight and muscle opposed to he added on too much weight and muscle.
What had to change
for
Marvin Harrison
Wait
to
a
be
minute.
good?
Wait a minute.
Granted, he should have never won the Blitnikoff, and that was a joke.
Yes, it was.
They gave Kyler Murray a $230 million contract. Based on what?
I don't know, man. I don't get it.
We have to re-up them. We have to. Why? Because you do. Because everybody else does. Stop doing this to your team.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Cowboys. Kick the field goal.
9 points they cost themselves by going for it on fourth down and then Aubrey missing the field goal at the end of the first half, which was 68 yards.
68 yards. Yeah.
But fourth and goal on the 4?
If you kick those 2 field goals, though, it's an 11-point
Everything
game
changes
with a full quarter to go.
Right.
And you feel like you feel like with your offense and the way it's played leading up to that game,
you need one stop.
You've got a chance.
All you need is one stop. Your team's going to score. Fourth
on the first drive of the game.
Just put some stinking points on the board.
This stuff has gotten out of control.
It's not like you don't have a kicker. You've got the kicker.
It's an automatic kick.
It's absolutely automatic.
This stuff has to change.
Look, if it's 4th and 1 on the 1 yard line or 4th and goal at the 2, okay. 4th and goal from the 4.
It's situation dependent, obviously.
Right.
And
if you're down by 6,
if you're
there's
in that,
a minute 30 to go.
If you're in that weird spot of it's 4th and 1, too long for a field goal.
Right, you're on the 39-yard line.
Now, you're the Cowboys. It's not too long for a field goal, but normal teams.
Yeah, okay. If you're deciding, all right, 4th and 2, or we try a 59-yard field goal, or we punt and maybe gain 20 yards of field position. All right, yeah, okay. I see going.
That depends on what kind of punter I have too.
It also depends on my punter.
Michael Dixon can pin him. I'll take the chance on that.
What happened to? And I heard this somewhere else as well. What happened to the old coffin corner kicks?
No
one does that anymore.
It's been 20 years.
No one kicks it to the corner. Everyone tries to kick it as high as they can and to bounce it at the goal line and bounce it back, spin it back, whatever. No one ever kicks it to a corner.
These things worked for decades.
And
innovation is good, but innovation just to say you're doing something different is not.
It's not good.
You don't have to do the old ways work. If you kicked it to the corner, he's not going to return it. Just give it a shot. Granted, you get the side judge over there doing when's he going to stop walking?
Yeah.
When's he going to I'm on TV. Here I go. I have no clue where the shadow of this ball passed over a line, but I'm going to keep walking. Hey, here I am. Look at me. I'm on TV.
He's like the Australian rules football ref.
Right.
But, yeah, last night Cowboys looked terrible.
Yeah.
Deron Bland was, if you haven't seen it, my gosh, it's the worst ankle breaking.
That's who they gave the money to.
Gave Not to Micah Parsons, but to Deron Bland. There it is again.
What a perfectly named person. By
Yes. Look at this.
What was that thing he was doing before Harrison made the end cut? Like, that was like one of those like 80s football movies where get warmed up here. Here we go. Gonna make a tackle.
Chop your feet. Chop your feet. Chop your feet.
What is he doing?
Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Home
Robert
Center.
Downey Jr. did that in Johnny Be Good, I think.
Which is a documentary of Friendship Academy.
Perfect movie.
When we return, we got your LSU update and so much more. Hang out, have fun there. Yeah. Poor Jerry.
All the moments that Jerry's seen where he knows I'm going to die before they ever win a Super Bowl again, I feel like that was like, all right, I'm definitely going to die before they win a Super Bowl again.
Yep. This team has no hope, no promise, no future. What is that? And we'll be back right after this. Brewer Quality Homes has been a part of the Tim Fletcher Show for many, many years, and it's one of the favorite things we do on the show is what hemisphere is Donnie Brewer in right now? Where do you think he is?
Where in the world is Donnie Brewer? I'm going to say Argentina.
That's not bad. I was thinking Peru, so we're kind of in the
South
same
America?
neighborhood. Yeah.
All right.
Probably some kind of a Peruvian blowfish type antelope that he's on a hunt for.
Did you just combine two animals?
No, but Donnie Brewer does because that's what he can do.
If anybody can, it's him.
Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City.
You don't need a holiday to pick up a delicious Honey Baked ham. Anytime is a great time to enjoy one of their sweet hams or turkeys. Honey Baked also offers a great selection of gift packages made to fit any occasion. Their menu and good service are just two reasons to stop by and order. Looking for lunch? They have a great deli offering deli-style sandwiches along with all the fixings, a cookie, and a drink. That's Honey Baked Hams located at 5739 Uri Drive in Shreveport. To learn more, go to myhoneybakedstore.com.
Mac McCarter has been making Shreveport-Bossier better for many, many years. Community renewal, making Shreveport-Bossier a more welcoming, more inviting, healthier, friendlier place, one house at a time, one neighbor at a time, one block, one neighborhood, one community. Community renewal, 318-425-3222, communityrenewal.us. See what you can do to help make Shreveport-Bossier better than ever before. Live Oak Waste is here to take care of your trash every single day. Why are you worried about that? That is the last thing that should be on your mind. You've got a business to run, a school to take care of, a restaurant to take care of, a retail center. Why are you worried about your trash? Stop fretting. Just call Live Oak, 230-7125, 230-7125. Hit the website, liveoak-environmental.com. Live Oak Waste, bringing you the text line on the Tim Fletcher Show.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back. We're on the radio with Rogers and Adam. This is our show.
Now McCarthy's good again, too, by the way.
Oh, he is. McCarthy is no longer being hidden because of a bad injury.
Yeah.
Because of an injury, they're using that as an excuse to hide him.
Now he can lead them to the playoffs, according to that.
Yeah. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Home Center. Our show also supported by our friends over at Alsco, 318-636-0404. Get your first aid services taken care of over there. Thanks to Chevyland. Shop, click, drive. Chevyland.com. Number one Chevy dealership in the area, among the top 250 Chevy dealerships in the country, and they are lock, stock, and full of a barrel full of Silverados. Roger, remember the old game Barrel of Monkeys? That was fun. We didn't have video games back then, Raj.
Well, you did eventually.
Oh, they were fun, too.
Oh, we played with those, too, though.
Yeah. Fun stuff. Imagine having a barrel big enough to have a barrel full of Silverados. Oh, man, that'd be fun. That's a big barrel. How about huge barrel? 2.9% financing available right now on those Silverados for 2026 on so many models at Chevyland. Dude, I love my Silverado. I cannot tell you. I got into it yesterday. I'm like, wait a minute, this thing still smells new. Wow. I love it. I'd even turtle dove it. Get you a brand new Silverado. Join the cause. Chevyland.
What's the cause?
The cause is the cause being cool trucks.
Oh.
Yeah.
It sounded like you were asking us to join a cult for a second.
No.
Just enjoy riding and driving. That's my cause. You got to go. You got to drive places. Might as well enjoy the ride, right?
Sure.
You do in a Silverado. Time now for our LSU update brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery. RiverCitiesLighting.com. Kevin Bryant's crew taking care of your light fixture needs, and they have been doing this for about 13 years, moving on 14 years. Running the football Saturday apparently is going to be a priority for the LSU Tigers, huh? Okay.
There's nothing you can do about it.
When the running backs coach becomes interim head coach and the run game coordinator takes over as the team's play caller, a heavy dose of much-needed running is likely on the menu from On3.com. Frank Wilson said as much in his first press conference a week ago, doubled down on the approach Monday with the local media. He said tapping into breakout freshman Harlem Berry and the team's returning starter from a year ago in Caden Durham, Nussmeier, and the passing attack should benefit. Frank Wilson said it helps us from a passing game standpoint to be more effective. And we have talented backs that can do it. Harlem's growth has been ascending. That almost sounds like a health problem. But we have not made a total commitment to run it, whether it's Harlem or Caden. When you run it less than 20 times, you make it challenging for yourself. On Saturday, according to On3.com, expect the Tigers to stay committed to the 1-2 punch in the ground game regardless of the game's pace or score. As far as what's all the changes with Kelly and Sloan out, well, Frank is the interim head coach. Alex Atkins, the tight ends coach, run game coordinator, is the play caller. Atkins is already in the booth with LSU's defensive staff in place. The lone change involves an analyst moving into the open spot in the press box with the coaches on offense. That'll be Tim Rattay will be up. He had been down. That will change for us, Wilson said. Everybody else will be in the location they were during the game. So giddy up. Saturday, 6:30. Pregame 4:30 right here on 1130 The Tiger, LSU versus Alabama. And that's your LSU update brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. RiverCitiesLighting.com. Hey, Rube. River Cities Lighting, 3908 Shed Road, taking care of your light fixture needs all day, every day, bringing bright ideas to people every single day of the week. Thanks to Rejuvame Medical. REJUVIME medical.com, RejuvameMedical.com. When it comes to low T and weight loss, they can take care of it for you. They're not just online, though. They're down the street. They're in Line Avenue in Piermont Mall in Suite 8. That's 4801 Line Avenue, across from Gucci Brookshire's next door to our friends over at Chop Shop. Rejuvame Medical. Address that low T. Address that weight loss that you're really struggling with. How about a nurse practitioner going over your lab results to come up with a great game plan for you at Rejuvame Medical, 318-408-4080, 318-408-4080. We'll be back with more of the Brewer Home Center Power Hour right after this.
Looking for real power and hometown service you can count on? Come to Forsyth Tractor and Equipment in Shreveport. Family owned and trusted across the arc LaTech since 1970. We've got Coyote tractors, zero-turn mowers, compact construction equipment, and more. All backed by a full-service parts and repair department that keeps you running strong. Visit ForsythTractor.com or stop by and see them on Westport Avenue in Shreveport. Forsyth Tractor, where the coffee pot is still on.
How much do I love my Silverado LTZ 1500 Texas Edition? Well, almost too much to squeeze inside just 30 seconds. Could it be because of the wireless device charging? That's absolutely a big deal because my iPhone is kind of busted up where the charger goes, so I just stick it where the wireless device charger goes, and boom, my phone gets charged so quickly. There's so many cool things. Even the little things make it great. Silverado from Chevyland. Together, let's drive.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Imagine being a million miles away. Tremfya Guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for sports.
Hey now, 8:44 the time. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Home Center. Everything Donnie Brewer touches turns to sold. One of his 43 dealerships is right there at 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. They've got Jessup Homes. They've got Cabco, Franklin. They got tiny homes. Oh, Rogers. Oh, man, a little tiny home. You know it's
Rogers
not
is
tiny?
Intrigued by that.
He is intrigued by that. When we talked about putting one in the back of KWKH over here, he was intrigued by that. I think, I could probably end up doing that. Sounds good to me.
Got any more of those tiny homes?
And speaking of, I'll tell you what's not tiny, Hester.
What's that?
That would be the honey baked hams.
It's almost that time.
It is, my friend.
We are approaching.
It is time. Oh, buddy.
You usually go like visit them before everything gets kicked off, right? Don't you stop?
Yeah,
in and
yeah.
You know they got those samples.
Yeah, they do. They do. Are you saying
You
that?
know, we got a fridge over there. Right in there.
Keep all things that you can put a lot of things in. Keep cold. They got the pre-made sliders. They've got
that Hawaiian.
Yeah, you don't have to wait till Thanksgiving to get your ham or turkey. By the way,
beat the rush.
Yeah,
Thanksgiving this weekend.
Yeah, this what you just tell the wife that I'm doing ham samples at Honey Baked Ham. I just want to make sure that each week I want to just try the hams, just make sure that it's that they're building up to the Thanksgiving the holiday the right way. This is research. Yes, this is still the one. This is the one. Of course, go online to buy honeybakedshreveport.com. So just a reminder that they're not going to have the tent outside or curbside pickup. It's all going to be in-store process. So, but they do it so efficiently, and that's why you order online. You will be in and out of there in a matter of moments. It's so easy. honeybakedshreveport.com. And Thanksgiving, of course, coming up first, my favorite eating holiday. And then comes the second eating holiday with Christmas. And for Christmas, prime rib is going to be available.
Okay.
Prime rib available starting December 1st. So keep that in mind as well. So, yes, they've got the best ham known to man. They've got incredible turkeys. But starting December 1st, they'll even have prime rib available. Just amazing. Honey Baked Shreveport, honeybakedshreveport.com. Honey, please get me a honey baked ham over at Southfield Shopping Center, Southfield and Uri. Still no more trades except for Logan Wilson. What happened to this flurry of trades we were expecting?
It'll happen. It's 8:46 Central Time. It'll happen.
Hester, you and I were talking about if we were the New England Patriots, who would you trade for right now?
I would trade for Joe Flacco.
In a heartbeat.
I'm gonna give a the Bengals are going nowhere.
Yes,
the Bengals need to play Browning so they can get a high draft pick that they can then screw up at that point.
Right.
But Flacco hinders the opportunity for me to lose and get a better draft pick. Mm-hmm. The Patriots, to have an insurance policy behind their young quarterback in case something happens, which it seems like happens every week. Somebody's going down and out for the year or out for multiple weeks. A lot of IRs going on right now. If it's a reasonable asking price, yeah, I think I go get that insurance policy, and I'm sure Flacco would be. Oh wait, so I can kind of relax again for a little while.
Yeah, hold on, I don't have to get hit anymore
on a team that's going places, in an organization that kind of gets it, even though they've gone through some struggles here. Recently they've kind of, all right, we got our stuff in place and we got it back together now. Yeah, I'd ask about it. And if I'm the Bengals, why are you playing Flacco and trying to win at this point?
Right.
Why are you trying to win at this point?
That was the last one. That was the last game the Bengals should have tried to win.
Yeah, now if they win that game,
I hope they're going to try to win all the games.
If they win that Bears game, though,
yes,
maybe things are a little different. All right, maybe we're not dead and buried yet. They're dead and buried now.
They're dead and
they're
buried
not going to do anything now.
And Burrow, there's no chance he's coming back this year?
No, there is a chance because they said he could. I think December was the timeline, but that also becomes the what are we doing?
Really?
Do we really want to rush him back, bring him? Why don't we just let him fully
Come
heal
over here,
up?
Joe. Let me see your foot. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Oh, well, he's hurt again.
Why don't we just let him fully heal up and rest?
Oh, Joe, I didn't mean to drop that weight on your foot there. Oh, doggone it. You're going to be out another 3 months? Okay, well, that wraps
If
that
I
up.
am going to play him, I don't need Flacco.
No.
So get a 6th-round pick.
Right.
Why not?
I am all for the Patriots. The Patriots should be talking to the Saints
about Rashid Shaheed or Chris Olave. They should be talking to the Bengals about Joe Flacco or Ishavish or any of those cats.
And if I'm trying to get an insurance policy, if I'm any of these teams that sort of could use that,
yeah,
and it's Flacco or Cousins,
that's Flacco.
It's Flacco 100,000%.
How funny would it be if the Steelers traded for him to back up Rodgers? Have over 80 years old quarterback.
Well, and then Tomlin's got to be like, well, I guess it is okay trading within the division.
But if there are a couple of teams, like who's the backup for Denver at quarterback? Who's the backup for New England?
Bad call either.
Who's the backup in Green Bay? I mean, and who's Baker's backup?
Green Bay, it's your boy from Liberty, isn't it?
Oh, is it really?
I think so.
Oh gosh,
the Titans.
Yeah, made the mistake. Malik Neighbor, not Malik.
Malik something.
Something, yeah. If I am any of these teams, including your Seahawks, Malik Willis. If I'm any of these teams that have high playoff hopes and like it's anybody's game. If you haven't realized that, it's anybody's Super Bowl to win this year. There is no great team.
We got Drew Lock, baby.
Okay.
We're on
right.
live watch all the time.
You got locked.
Put him in there.
EH joins us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. Hey, EH, what's up?
Dude, I didn't think this would bother me, but the more y'all talk and stuff, and Chris Olave sitting there, he's one more collision. He's done for the year. Everybody's for sale. The whole team's for sale.
Yes.
Here's what I don't get, and I Cowboy fans, I know you're out there listening, but I think the Saints, if they don't make a roster move today, I think the Saints are in way worse problems that even like Dallas has with, who pulling the strings, because this is total, like, I don't even know what to call it.
It's
They're
negligence. It's negligence if the Saints don't trade away some assets that are aging that could generate draft picks. If you don't trade, at least try to trade. Now, if they offer Cam Jordan up, DeMario Davis, Alvin, Olave, Shaheed, Juwan Johnson, whomever they offer up, and teams aren't biting on it, well, that's not the Saints' fault unless the Saints are asking for too much. But make them available, and if there's a reasonable offer that's a win-win for both teams, make the deal. They're not going to help the Saints at all this year, do anything that's going to be of worth for the Saints down the road. But if we could have 15 draft picks next year or 12 draft picks next year and 15 draft picks in 2027 and start really building this team and start building it from the inside out, why wouldn't you do that?
Because he had the chance to do it last year. Here's the thing. Is it a pride thing? Because it's like, does he really want to admit he's been terrible since Peyton left? Think this is what I'm getting at right here. The Denver trade for the wide receiver. We gave like a third-round pick. I don't even know his name because he never catches any balls. Well, we needed a tall receiver. Dude caught like one pass last week.
Right.
I mean, that's crazy. You don't give a third-round pick for that guy? Are you kidding me? And they're saying we can only get like a third round or a fourth round for Kamara. What alternative world are we living in?
I don't know.
And I think that the public appeal down there, I mean, I got buddies that said you can you almost have to give your tickets away with a hamburger or a hot dog deal to get somebody in there, your seats. It's terrible. So just if it doesn't, and look at the Pelicans. The Pelicans don't even have their number one draft pick this year. Right. And they're going to be terrible. They kept Zion Williamson. Loomis and the whole Saints brass were in charge of that firestorm for whatever. It's bad, man. I mean, my people were saying, my buddies are just saying, look, it's time to let Gale just probably needs to step out because this is bad. And
the two worst
Loomis
franchises in two different leagues are in New Orleans, and that's unbelievable. Ridiculous.
I don't know, dude. So what's it, 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock Eastern time?
4 o'clock
we're gonna
Eastern.
Find out?
The trade deadline's 4 o'clock Eastern. If they don't move some of these guys, I don't know, man. I'm not done with them. I'm going to be a Saints fan for life. But it would be so disappointing. I'm all in for the rebuild, and I'm all in to see if Tyler Shuck's the guy. I get it. We've given Rattler his first 6-7 games. Didn't work. Going to give Shuck the rest of the season as long as his health holds up. See if that works. Not optimistic about it, but that's fine. So if we're doing that, then that means we're building for the future. To build for the future, there's no reason to hold on to 34-year-old defensive ends, 35-year-old linebackers, 31-year-old defensive ends, 31-year-old running backs, and wide receivers that are being wasted. So let's Start over. Let's really rebuild. I don't get what the hang-up is. You're not.
I love DeMario Davis. I like Kim Jordan.
He and Kim Jordan are two of my favorites of all time.
Right. I want them to walk off in the field this year and everybody clap. But you know what? When you're getting your earth handed to you, 31-0 or whatever. I mean, dude, who's it sentimental for? The fan or for them or whatever? I mean, at the time, they want to see the team succeed. A lot of players got traded on their last leg and then came back, a year later and unretired or whatever from the Saints. I'm getting super pissed if they don't do something.
Same here. All right. Same here, buddy. 8:54 the time. It makes no sense for the Saints to sit at pat.
No. You've got to get some more draft picks.
Right. There's just no talent on that team that's equal to the talent they're facing.
Then you're going to put your coach in a situation where people are going to be calling for his head in a year. And it's
right.
Like, guys, y'all didn't do anything for him. I think this team was a team that fought those first few games.
Mm-hmm.
And now just the reality of the roster is kicking in. And there's just nothing they can do. You've got to give those guys a chance to succeed. And right now, you're not helping two franchises. They have no idea what they're doing.
No. And the Pelicans are just an embarrassment.
Horrible.
Just an absolute embarrassment.
And there's no way out of that for them. How do they not have a first-round pick this year?
I don't get it.
That's insane.
Yes. And we're probably 2 weeks away from Zion getting hurt somewhere or another, right?
Yeah, for sure we are.
Annual event?
Yes.
Saints at the Panthers this Sunday. Panthers are 5-4.
Mm-hmm.
That could be the Saints in a year if they do things right.
I think that's
8:56 the time. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Home Center. We'll be back with more of the show presented by Alsco right after this.
When you hear this voice, you think of yesteryear, I hope. Grandpa's voice as he unwraps that Werther's and pops it in his mouth, and all of a sudden he's got to talk like this. I'm trying to get you to think of the good times back in the day. Back then, houses were affordable. Now, not so much. Except at Brewer Quality Homes. Grandpa's Werther's and a decent down payment get you a beautiful brand new home. Brewer Quality Homes.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvenate Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at rejuvenemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
GBT is the great banking team. 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window, and when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team. The text line brought to you by Live Oak Waste. Buddy, if your dumpster outside your business doesn't have the Live Oak logo, that's just trash. LiveOak-Environmental.com. LiveOak-Environmental.com.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Your home for LSU sports, a Town Square Media station.
Hey now. Tim Fletcher Show. Roger Hampton, Adam Hester. We're about ready. Our Lafayette audience is about ready to say goodbye. I hope you guys have a beautiful day in Lafayette. I don't know about you guys down there. It's going to get warm these next couple of days. Up here, and I assume same thing down there, as Frank Broyles would say, my stars, I declare. So thanks for hanging out with us. Very cool of you. We'll be here again tomorrow. Lord willing and the creek don't rise. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Thanks to the good folks over at Alsco for our presenting sponsorship. And Brewer Home Center. And by the way, Donnie's got a place down in Karen Crow as well, selling manufactured homes. I need to get the name of that again. Is it Donnie South? What's it? Cajun Donnie? What is it called? See you, Lafayette.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
In it. Well, Rogers. It's happy. Are you happy? Good. Huh? Oh, yeah. That's true. I tell you another thing that will probably make you kind of happy. A visit to Chapin Toyota. Yeah. Not only do they have sweet, sassy molasses deals on a 2025 Camry Hybrid, America's #1 selling car, the Camry. All I can think about is ham now. Mm-hmm. The Toyota Camry. $249 a month. How about a 2025 RAV4, America's #1 selling SUV, $299 a month. And, of course, those hard-working Tundras, 1.75% financing for 72 months, or you can get $3,000 cash back. But here's the other thing that kind of gets forgotten about. Over at old Ken Chapin Toyota in Marshall, Texas, their selection of used cars, incredible. Low mileage, extra clean, not just Toyotas. They've got Ford, Chevys, Hondas, Volkswagens, Nissan, Lexus, and more. Easy credit. You pick it out, they work it out. At Chapin Toyota. Exit 617 off I-20 in Marshall, Texas at 5015 East End Boulevard South. ChapinToyota.com. Time now for an SEC update brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo wants to help you navigate the financial choppy waters that lie ahead. He knows that the best person to plan for your future is who you are right now today. And buddy, he would love to just sit down with you and go over a game plan so that you can reach your financial goals. That's all the guy wants to do, is to help you. And he's really good at it. Bringing you this SEC update. Had men's basketball action yesterday. We talked about the scores. Of course, the biggest one I think that we're all talking about is Arkansas beating Southern 109-77. That seems to be one Rogers can't stop talking about during the commercial breaks. Arizona beat Florida 93-87 in a battle of top 13 teams. We do have more games today in North Carolina A&T at South Carolina, 6 o'clock. That game is on the SEC app. All of these are on the app, at least. Nichols and number 9 Kentucky get together in Lexington. Texas in the Dick Vitale Classic plays number 6 Duke in Charlotte, North Carolina at the Spectrum Center. 7:45 on ESPN. College basketball season is here. Georgia plays again on Wednesday. LSU tips off Wednesday at 7. Mississippi State in North Alabama Wednesday at 9 or 8 o'clock. Every day, literally every day for the rest of the month except for Saturday the 22nd and Sunday the 30th, there are college basketball games in the SEC. If you're a hoops fan, this is a good time. You know, for LSU football fans, the calendar doesn't flip over to baseball season for a while. So you got to hope that Kim gets it going or that McMahon gets it going. And for Matt McMahon, this is kind of be it, right, Esther? This is year 4.
For some reason, thought he was already fired. I really thought that they had a different.
No, he's still there. He's still there.
This is definitely
Buzz Williams isn't at A&M anymore.
Correct. He's at
Maryland. Yeah. So, but yeah. But no, Matt McMahon is still there. Okay. Yes. SEC Hoopdom underway. National champion came from the SEC last year and will again this year. That's my bold prediction.
And I'm not going to say who Arkansas. I'm not going to say who I think is going to win the Hogs or going to win the national championship, Arkansas. But if I had to pick Razorbacks, I would probably think John Calipari would probably have something to do with a team that had been there, done it before 1994, the Arkansas Razorbacks. Oh, Arkansas, Rod, you say? Okay, that's an interesting one.
Rogers, did you say anything? Is there a hand signal? I don't know about.
Are you out of here, Hester? Yeah. Have a good day. The SEC update is a paid advertisement brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your investment game plan. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA, securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. You'll find Bo Harris Wealth Management at 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport. You'll also find them online at boharriswm.com. Give them a call, 318-670-3101. Bo Harris bringing you the SEC update. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation, your head coach of the Southwood Cowboys. How about the Cowboys? Deaumante Johnson. Hey there, Deaumante. How's everything in your world, sir?
Everything's going great, man. I'm thankful. You know, I'm very thankful. You know, so but everything's going well.
This is as Roger said, it's a very good month to be thankful. You know, this is the season of Thanksgiving, as we all are thankful for everything that is coming in our way and all this good stuff. And I know that there are probably a lot of people who are thankful that Deaumante Johnson and his coaching staff are located on Walker Road and have done such an incredible job to restore some luster back to a storied program at Southwood. And, you know, Deaumante, I know that every coach wants to win every game, and you want to get your team into deep playoff runs. I'm sure every coach's dream that's on your staff at Southwood. How close is this team to being a team that people are going to have to worry about in the postseason?
Oh, we're close. You know, and I mean really close. You know, you're talking about a team and a coaching staff that's only been together since July, August, to be honest. You know, I know I got here in March, but, you know, people have to also understand that too. Like, I got here in March, and we're doing the things that we're doing right now. So, you know, you give us a full off season together, it's going to be a scary football team. And again, I'm heavy in my junior class, so that's where I'm returning at least 27 to 30 kids next year from that junior class. Wow. And all of them play a major part in this football team. I'm only graduating maybe 11, 12 seniors, you know. So we have a lot that's coming back. But this team is really close, you know, and I think a lot of people see that, you know. Each and every week, you know, we're getting better in some phase of the game. You know, this past game, we can talk about it now. We were horrible on special teams, and that's something that I take pride in. And we just didn't do too well on special teams. We gave up too many onside kicks, you know, and we worked ground ball drills every day, you know. So very, very kind of disappointed in that. But this team is getting close. It's going to be a really good team in the future. I promise you that.
When it comes to the onside kick situation there, I get it that you work on it, but it's also, you know, not defending anybody, but, buddy, sometimes that ball can take so many weird bounces on a squib kick or an onside kick. What have you found to be the best drill from your days playing at Plain Dealing, your days playing at Grambling, your days coaching everywhere you've been, Deaumante? What's the best drill you've seen to prepare any kid for an onside kick?
Ground ball drills is what Coach Wu T and I do together with the kids. Both of us former quarterbacks. We work on the first two rows where, you know, the onside kicks most of the time, 99.9% of the time go to. And we throw balls on the ground, and they roll and bounce all type of different ways, and your kids have to adjust to them. And we knew going into this game that, you know, BTW loves onside kicks and sky kicks. And we worked it, you know, but it didn't fall in our hands this upcoming week. You know, you know, just watching film, I think the ball hit our front line kid in the face like 3 different times.
Oh,
you know?
no.
Right back to him. So, that's kind of unfortunate. You really don't see that in a game often.
No, you don't, buddy.
Like, it was just it was funny. At the time, it wasn't bad. Looking at film, it bounced off his face mask 3 times, like clearly hit him in the face mask, bounced back to BTW. So, it's just an unfortunate situation. I couldn't be mad at the young man because that ball is coming super fast at him. But ground ball drills are, to me, the best thing, to work as far as a drill when it comes to working on, covering up the onside kick. That's something we did when I was at Grambling. I did as a player there, as a coach there, and I also did when I was working at Bossier High as well, and also when I was at Street, So I think that's a really good drill to work, But, hey, like I said, sometimes the ball doesn't roll in your favor.
So I'm kind of curious here, Deaumante, for our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation, Deaumante Johnson, Southwood High School. 24 teams make the postseason in Select Division I. Is there a way for the Southwood Cowboys, with a win over Minden, could you make the postseason with a win?
Yes, I could. The crazy thing is we lost Friday, Tim, and we went up in the rankings. We went up to 27. Literally, we were at 28. We went to 27. So there is a way. I truly believe and think if we handle business against this good Minden team, very physical team, we will have a chance at making it right there in that 24 to 23 spot. I really do believe that, but we have to handle business. We have to.
What is it going to take to beat Minden?
It's going to take, you got to bring a physical game approach to them. You have to bring a physical approach to them. That is a very physical football team, and it's always been like that for years. I think we all know that. They're big, they're fast, and they're just physical. That's always who Minden has been. And, we have to bring our physical game with us. We're going to have to match their physicality. And I know what they're going to try to do. They're just going to try to out-physical us, and that's their football. That's how they play football. And, can you blame them? Hey, let's be physical.
Right. It's working. And it's kind of it's not kind of, it's a huge game for Minden as well. They're 13th right now in the power ratings. They have a home game if they're able to win Friday night. If they can beat you guys, they guarantee themselves probably a home playoff game, and that's a huge deal. So you're going to get their best. They know that you're trying to get into the playoffs, so they're going to get your best. How much do you look forward to the fact that, and if we had told you before the season, Deaumante, hey, you're going to win some games this year, so you don't have to worry ever hearing about that losing streak ever again. You're going to win games, and then your final game of the year, if you win, you'll be in the playoffs. Would you have believed it, and would you have taken that if we had told you that?
Yes, I would have. It's just my mindset, Tim. I'm a winner. I think nothing but winning. That's all I think. No one could have even told me that, like, hey, you wasn't going to win any football games. I never thought about that. It never crossed my mind. I knew we were going to win football games, and I knew it was going to be a challenge as well. But I knew we were going to win football games, and I also knew that at some point we were going to be in the playoffs talk, because I knew that's the type of mindset I was going to carry, and the coaching staff that I was bringing in, they was going to carry the same mindset as well. So, yes, hey, that's just what it is. We're winners, and that's the mindset we have.
The kids have bought in. They're giving the effort. Coaches are talking about how this team just looks dramatically improved, and you can tell that there's a lot of coaches that are kind of, they want to take care of their own business, but they also are happy to see some guys that were fantastic high school football players in their own right, and even collegiate players that are on your staff, giving back to this community in a way like the way that they're doing with CJ and Keandre and yourself, among many others, I'm sure. It's just so nice to see, and it's just some positive news coming from a place that we haven't seen a lot of it on the football field. And so no matter what happens, Deaumante, it's been a fantastic story. And as you look back on this season, what has been maybe if this is this great story that I think it is, and a lot of people believe it is as well, what's the best line of this story so far? I know there's still some chapters maybe to be written. Don't get me wrong. I'm not selling you short on that. But what's the best chapter or the best story so far this year with Southwood football?
I would say, just the kids just having the will to keep going and not stopping and, not listening to everyone else and, just them having success. I truly think that's just what it is. The fight that they continue to have day in and day out against everything that they have gone through and, and just not giving up and, still, pushing forward to be successful and do great things for this school. And like I said, the kids being able to witness, experience their first district win since 2000 and 2000, like I think 8 or 9 or something like that. And yeah, and them breaking their losing streak, and it's just I'm really lost for words because it's a very phenomenal, a great story for these young men. It is. It's phenomenal, to be honest.
It really is, and I know that there's a lot of folks that are pulling for you. The same thing we tell Gary Smith, seeing what they've done with the Bossier guys. Same thing we tell Coop at BTW. Same thing that we want, Chase Thompson to have in North Caddo, and for Jerry Bird at Plain Dealing, your alma mater. It's not easy to coach anybody. I get that. It's not easy you've coached with Rodney Ewan. It's not easy being a head coach at Calvary just because they're winning. It's not easy being a head coach at North DeSoto just because they're winning. Austin Brown at Northwood, Sella over Loyola. It's still a very difficult job. Mm-hmm. No one disputes that whatsoever. But to keep fighting in the fight for these kids that have not experienced a whole lot of winning and to get them that taste of winning, I cannot imagine a better feeling in the coaching world outside of maybe winning a state championship. I get it. But seeing this kind of growth has got to be just it's got to just enforce your love of coaching, I would assume, Deaumante.
Yeah, it does. It does. And like I say, it really does. That's a perfect way to put it, Tim. And it makes the staff want to continue to get up and come work with these kids daily. Yesterday, they have phenomenal practice. Even after a loss in our kids, I'm telling you, they can't stand losing. But it's just seeing how happy they are still, and seeing how much they're still ready to come to work and be around this coaching staff. It says a lot about us as coaches, for these kids to still be coming here every single day to work hard, to not take days off, But yes, it does. It's definitely a joyful thing to see.
Well, I'm happy for you, Deaumante. Happy for these kids, and I am so happy that they have an opportunity here in the 10th week of the season to win their way into the playoffs. So it's basically a playoff game Friday night at the Pit in Minden. A Southwood win punches their ticket into the postseason. A Minden win gives Spencer Hurd's crew a home game in the postseason. So a lot on the line at the Pit, one of the most venerable, well-known, and greatest places to stage a high school football game. What better arena than to have those kind of stakes at play on Friday night? Man, that's awesome stuff. Deaumante, I hope your boys absolutely lay it all on the line. I hope they come out of this thing healthy, and I sure hope that next Tuesday at 9 o'clock, you and I are talking about a first-round playoff opponent.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Tim. Thank you guys for everything, man. Y'all have a great one, and God bless.
You too, Deaumante. 9:17 the time. Hambone and I like him too, Raj. He's very positive. And, other guys at Southwood have been positive. None of these guys that have coached there over these last few years that have not been able to have success, they wanted to win, but there's something about maybe having these guys added to the staff and having those guys in charge of this on the staff, and also these kids that are coming through. And let's not forget what Jesse brought together with the weightlifting and the powerlifting, how that's helped from back in the day.
Once you see positive results,
if you start seeing muscle,
as a young man that that's all you need is just
your confidence.
Yes.
I can't tell you how much that means, Roger.
Especially as a teenager?
Yes, my God. I was
as a 61-year-old man, I was still looking for confidence. But as a teenager,
and what I've done for that, Roger, I just put towels over the mirrors.
You know what?
It just really has helped my confidence.
That's the voodoo way.
It's helped. If I can't see it, I don't have to believe it. The mind won't believe what the mind can't conceive. That's my motto. Skent-N-Dent bringing you high school coaches conversations. They're also bringing you incredible values and sweet deals on appliances that are going to give you years of service. I don't understand. Why would you pay $950 for a washing machine when you can pay $500 for a washing machine? Same washing machine, but the $500 one's got a little scratch on the lid. but they do the same job. They're going to last the same number of years. You can get the same length of warranty that you can on the one that's unblemished, but you're going to save $500, $400 that you could buy a dryer with. Same thing as Skent-N-Dent. I don't get it. I mean, if everyone's got all this money to spare, that's fantastic. Me, no spare money. No spare. Got to make every dollar work right, work hard for you, and that's what you get at Skent-N-Dent. Your money works harder for you at Skent-N-Dent. Their beautiful, bright, spacious showroom. They've done such a great job of really making their showroom in that area look really nice. 814 Shreveport, Barksdale, Skent-N-Dent. It's Skent-N-Dent, and I helped. We'll be back with more of our happy hour right after this.
1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Looking for real power and hometown service you can count on? Come to Forsyth Tractor and Equipment in Shreveport. Family owned and trusted across the arc LaTech since 1970. We've got Coyote tractors, zero-turn mowers, compact construction equipment, and more. All backed by a full-service parts and repair department that keeps you running strong. Visit ForsythTractor.com or stop by and see them on Westport Avenue in Shreveport. Forsyth Tractor, where the coffee pot is still on.
And we're back looking at another lopsided matchup, Jim. Today we have a combine taking on a train.
Yeah, that heavy train is about 1,000 times heavier than the combine. No competition there.
Right, especially given that it'll take at least a mile to stop that train.
That's 18 football fields.
It's no contest. Every day, people are injured or killed trying to beat a train at rail crossings. See tracks, think train.
This message brought to you by Operation Lifesaver.
I'm Richard Fontenot, president of the Louisiana Farm Bureau Federation. While I'm a fourth-generation rice and soybean grower, you don't have to be a farmer to be a Louisiana Farm Bureau member. Membership has its benefits, from discounts on car seats, hotel rooms, and rental cars, to access to insurance you can count on to be there when you need, plus a whole lot more. We're 145,000 members strong, and we want you to join the Louisiana Farm Bureau family.
Visit lafarmbureau.org, the Louisiana Farm Bureau Federation, the voice of Louisiana agriculture.
Looking for reliable electrical services? Look no further than Jack Spring Electric. From industrial to commercial to residential needs, we've got you covered. Our expert team ensures top-notch service every time, keeping your operations running smoothly and your homes powered up. And when the power goes out, trust our generators to keep your lights on and your business going strong. Visit jackspringelectric.com for all of your electrical needs. For quality you can trust, visit jackspringelectric.com today. Jack Spring Electric, powering your world.
Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Need top-notch construction equipment or cranes in Shreveport, Louisiana? Scott Equipment has you covered. As a trusted family-owned business, we offer a wide range of equipment for rent or sale. Whether you're tackling a big project or need reliable machinery, Scott Equipment is here to help. Stop by Scott Equipment on North Market today to learn more and find out how you can save for your next rental or purchase. Call or visit us now and get the job done right with Scott Equipment.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
Hey, Eddie Kennison here. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, strength, energy, and performance are still important to me. That's why when I felt my strength slipping, I turned to Rejuvamine Medical. Check your testosterone today at rejuveramine.medical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
It's Halloween, and nothing is spookier than the Hooking Up and Tracking Down show. Steve, Gary, Mike, and Jay will trick-or-treat you to some great outdoor news and information every Wednesday at 11 and Saturday mornings at 6 on AM 1130, The Tiger.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Fox Sports plays here.
Welcome. 9:24 the time, happy hour, our little radio show brought to you by Housego and Housego.com. Facility care, workwear, laundry service, and so much more. Thanks as well to our buddies over at Chop Shop, your whole animal butchery located at 724 Azalea Drive. Buddy, they have got the meat. They really do. And here's the deal. Eat clean, live dirty, right? That's the Sample Farms philosophy. They have got so many incredible deals. Their smash burgers that are available every day at lunch are amazing. Their grab-and-go meals, if you get an opportunity to see their dirty rice, if you see it in the freezer, grab some. If you look in there and see the ground beef in the meat freezer, grab some. Oh, and their pecan roasted beans they get for their coffee beans from East Texas, grab some. Chop Shop, 724 Azalea Drive, the Sample Family Farms, and so many other local farms represented there as well. Best meats you'll find in town at Chop Shop, 724 Azalea Drive off Line Avenue next to Piermont Mall. Joining us now on the Mudbucks Hockey Hotline for our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation, John Simon, your head coach of the Huntington Raiders, coming off a loss to Natchitoches Central this past week. Coach, good morning. How you doing?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm doing A-okay. We were talking with Deaumante just now, and just with the way the seedings are and the playoff rankings and stuff, you've been around the high school game enough. The power rankings are everything, obviously. Is there a way that you can win your way into the postseason with a win over Airline on Friday?
I think there is. We haven't really looked into it because either way, we want to come out and play our best football. And I don't want to, really tell the kids that hey, we don't have a chance whether you win or lose. So for us, I think if we go out and win, I don't see why we wouldn't have an opportunity just based off our schedule and the people that we've played and the way that we've played in some tough games.
Coach, coming off that loss to Natchitoches, your defense had a couple of young men, especially Nate Green, shows up with 2 picks. What does that young man bring to the table, and just what kind of an asset is he for the Huntington Raiders?
He's a special athlete, caliber athlete that can make plays on both sides of the ball. One of those was a pick 6 that was called back, and he also had a receiving touchdown about 70 yards that was called back in that game as well. So we had some opportunities, but when you talk about Nate Green, you're talking about an athlete that can possibly go to college and play offense or defense, either side of the ball at a high level.
Coach, this year you also gotten such a great effort from your quarterback in Justin Whitaker. What has he shown the most? Boy, that's tough for me to say. I almost lisp my way through it. What's the most growth that he has shown as a quarterback from the beginning of the season to where he is now?
Just his ability to handle so much as it relates to what the defense is giving him, and his ability to recognize and the coverages and the pressures, and just really you can put some things on him right on the sideline and make some adjustments, make some changes, and he can handle it and see it and get the job completed to perfection. So that's what you have. That's what makes that kid special. His football understanding of the game and his IQ.
Coach, you've been able to kind of get this ship into some pretty, there's always choppy waters when you're playing in District 1-5A, up in North Louisiana. But y'all have navigated this, pretty successfully. Even in games that you didn't win, there was some good competition that your boys showed, either from the Shreve game in week 2 to the Calvary game against your old buddy Rodney Ewan, to the Parkway game. that one, and again, this is my take on it. I'm like, a win, I'm always going to want to win. But when I look back on the season, I'm like, man, you look at that Parkway game. That seems to me to show that Huntington is that close to being one of these teams that we're talking about, top 10 seed in the playoff rankings. Am I mistaken for having that belief?
Well, I don't think you're mistaken at all. And we've been hampered by some injuries, and we're a very young football team right now. So I think we're losing maybe 5 seniors on both sides of the ball. The entire defense, there's not a senior starting on defense, so the entire defense will be back. So we understand that it's a process, and we're building the process. But at the end of the day, the fans and the supporting community, they do look at the win-losses. So we've got to do a better job in that regard. And at some point, that potential has to turn into performance. But we are playing well in those games, in those losses. The Calvary game, you can go to 2 or 3 plays here, and that scores a complete different game. Same thing in the Parkway game and same thing in the Shreve game. But that's and I told them before I took over the job that I thought we would be very competitive, but we will lose games in the fourth quarter with what happens when you have a young team. So just finding a way to finish some tough games. That's what we're going to try to go out and get done this week. But we have the talent, and they play well early. But we're a young team, so we make some bonehead plays late. But we got to keep working on that to build, and I'll assure you we'll get it done.
Well, you've had a couple of sons that have come through that are, you know what, even though they're successful in the football, I bet they've done some bonehead things at home, Oh,
without a question, without a question.
So most dads are pretty much accustomed to dealing with boneheaded stuff, aren't they? That kind of comes with fatherhood and coaching, I guess.
That's correct. That is correct.
Taking on an airline squad that has one of the top talents in the state, I don't think there's any other way to put Kenny Darby. I mean, you played at the highest level, John, in the NFL, and was a standout at Louisiana Tech in addition. And everything I've seen, everything I've read, heard about Kenny Darby, he's got all that kind of potential to be one of those guys. What is it about him that impresses you most heading into Friday night's game with Airline?
When you talk about Kenny Darby, regardless of the talent that he has, what separates that kid is how hard he plays. You're not going to look out there and say, oh, he is the most talented player, but he's the kid that's playing the hardest out there. You're a kid that, regardless of his skill set and his talent and his accolades, he's like, I want to be on kickoff return. And when he catches the kickoff return, he is trying to house it. When they put him at running back, he runs hard. He plays harder and is as more talented as any kid that's on the field right now. And that's what's going to give him an opportunity to be special. A lot of kids go to college and they have the talent, but do they play hard? That kid plays hard and has the talent. So the sky's the limit for wherever he goes. LSU got a great one with that kid.
Again, coming from somebody who made a pretty good little name for himself as well on kick return, what kind of mentality does it take? I remember our old buddy Jacob Hester used to love, and he loved the fact that, some of his more, even star-studded teammates were part of kickoff and kick return back in the day at LSU because they wanted that special teams to really be special and to do something special. He took pride in that, man. He gave it everything he had. He goes, it takes a special animal, a special kind of human being to lay your guts out on the line on kick return and kickoff. What is it and you've done it. So
yes, sir.
What is that mentality for a superb athlete to be able to put aside the fact that, hey, I know I'm probably better than this and I could probably be on the sideline and save myself for the offensive specialty, but to go out there and lay it on the line like that takes a special someone. What is that in your brain that tells you to go do that?
It speaks to your mindset. It speaks to, man, this is an opportunity for me to go out and make a play. It speaks to your commitment to the team. This is an opportunity for me to position the team to start in a better place. If I get a big return or if I get the big stop on kickoff, that helps the team. So special teams is special because it shows you the lack of selfishness, the unselfishness of a player. And you want your great players to be on special teams that inspires the other guys and shows how important the team is to them.
John Simon, head coach of the Huntington Raiders, a monumental game. And I sure hope that the boys play as relaxed as you want them to play and as comfortable as you want them to play, but also with their hair on fire, because it's just an opportunity that lies ahead that a lot of fellas, whether you're 60, 40, 50, 30, wish they would have had that one last shot, one last game to play with an opportunity to get to the playoffs. I'm looking at one right here in front of me, and if I put a mirror in front of myself, I look at myself as well. Like, man, I wish I'd had an opportunity in that 10th week to win a game to go to the playoffs. Man, that's just awesome. I'm happy for the chance your kids have, John. I really am, and happy for your kids' success that they're having at the next level, the Simon boys, that is, and I sure hope that your fellas give you everything you want on Friday night, Coach.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
You bet. John Simon, head coach of the Huntington Raiders. As part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation, we'll take a timeout. We'll have the LSU update, and then we'll visit with Big Bad Brad Laird right after this.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit tremfya.com.
That Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ Texas edition that I am cruising around in is just a dream truck. I love the leather upholstery. It's got the cooling seats that are going to come in handy so much here as these temperatures warm up. Can you imagine the summer without cooling seats and leather upholstery? As big as I am, not a pretty picture. But the Silverado LTZ from Chevyland is going to take care of me as it always does. Chevyland, together, let's drive.
Log on and check out these great deals where your dollars go further and you can cash in and save at Bally Shreveport. 3 great dining experiences on property for you to enjoy. Tropical Smoothie Cafe, fresh, made-to-order smoothies and more. TK's Treats and Eats, Po' Boy's Sweets and more. Notini's Italian Restaurant, home of everyone's favorite mint tea and all your Italian favorites. Just log on to seizethedeal.com/Shreveport to get yours today.
SeizeTheDeal.com.
Are you experiencing fatigue, low libido, muscle loss? At Rejuva-Me Medical, we specialize in medically monitored hormone replacement therapy. Begin your journey to a better you at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
The presenting sponsor for the Tim Fletcher Show is Alsco. Uniform needs, tablecloths, napkins, you name it, with facility care from wet mops to floor mats to everything in between, plus the very important first aid services as well. Trust Alsco, 318-636-0404, alsco.com.
You don't need a holiday to pick up a delicious Honey Baked ham. Anytime is a great time to enjoy one of their sweet hams or turkeys. Honey Baked also offers a great selection of gift packages made to fit any occasion. Their menu and good service are just 2 reasons to stop by and order. Looking for lunch? They have a great deli offering deli-style sandwiches along with all the fixings, a cookie, and a drink. That's Honey Baked Hams, located at 5739 Uri Drive in Shreveport. To learn more, go to myhoneybakedstore.com.
The Hill brothers over at Skent-N-Dent are huge Mudbugs fans. They're huge football fans. They're basically fans of Shreveport-Bossier, and you know who's a fan of theirs? Shreveport-Bossier. It works both ways. Skent-N-Dent, up to 50% off on appliances, furnishings. Okay, it's got a little scratch. Can you see it? A little dent? I don't see it. Why would you care? Just collect the savings and enjoy Skent-N-Dent, 814 Shreveport-Barksdale Highway.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Hey now, welcome back everybody for the Fletcher Show on this lovely Tuesday, 9:38. Let's do a little LSU update. Brought to you by River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. Yes, sir. When it comes to your light fixture needs, they have got you squared away. So the fine folks over at On3, we might have hit this yesterday. They updated this, the coaching board. It's the same names as yesterday. Even though it shows update, it's the same names. So never mind. All right, so how about recruiting? What's going on with that, right? So, one of the top cornerbacks in the class, who is an LSU commit, Havon Finney Jr., out of Sierra Canyon in L.A., LSU still hanging in there. He has not scheduled any other visits, according to Rivals. Nebraska is trying to jump in, Michigan, Ohio State, Texas, Tennessee, Washington, Oregon, all of them. Corey Raymond may be the key in holding on. And that's the other thing about this stuff, Raj. Hold on to the Frank Wilsons and the Corey Raymonds of the world, even if they don't. If Frank doesn't get the job, which I can't imagine him getting the job, maybe he will make this staff around like that. And even Blake Baker, that's right. That's kind of a big deal, Right. Yeah. So keep an eye on those recruits, as we'll keep an eye on the LSU school president announcement coming out today, which will hopefully lead to an athletic director and head coaching announcement as well, sooner rather than later, we hope. And that's your LSU update, brought to you by River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery. Been around for about 14 years, Kevin Bryant's crew. Light fixtures for inside the house, outside the house, and all over the house. Plus, rugs, wallpaper, and big-ass fans, Raj, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline for our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, your head coach of the Natchitoches Central Chiefs, it's Big Bad Brad Laird. Hey, Brad, what's up, buddy?
What's up, man? Good morning. Y'all doing okay?
We're doing A-okay, man. Oh, man. How about 4 wins in 5 games for those Natchitoches Central Chiefs? How's that sound?
Sounds real good.
Wow.
Sounds real good.
We've talked about the wonderful coaching jobs that have been done to get some schools off the mat and kind of back in their winning ways, what Gary's done at Bossier, what Deaumante's done at Southwood, and it's fun to see, but doggone it, I tell you what, those Natchitoches Central Chiefs, you and your crew, I don't know if you're into Attaboys or not, but that's doggone pretty stinking cool that Natchitoches Central, who has been so dormant for so long, and here you guys are, Brad, becoming a little bit of a force in this world of college football. What's been the key in this turnaround, you think?
Well, I think the buy-in and the consistency from the players. And I've said this from day one. They've been put in situations that were out of their control. And what I mean by that, when there's been coaches that have come and gone over the last 3 or 4 years. These are young men, 15, 16, 17 years old that are in a very important time in their life that sports, we're talking about football, but sports gives them an avenue to be able to make something of themselves. Whether they're those guys that start, that don't start, there's so many lessons that you can learn from sports. And, I think they've had a sense of consistency with coaches, and I just think you've seen that continue to get better over the last 2 years. But just 100% credit to our players and their resiliency, and I think that showed the other night, Tim. got off to a poor start. Third play of the game, they hit a big touchdown pass, screen pass, to go up 7-0. And, for the next probably 10 or 12 minutes, our defense really kept us in it and just kept us to that point where offensively we got going. We're able to score a couple of drives in a row to take the lead. And then, the next drive, we give the lead back up. Well, our guys just stayed the course, came in, at the beginning of the second half, took it down there and scored and kept the lead for the rest of the game. So just 100% credit to our players and their resiliency.
Brad, when you look at the power ratings, it still shows Natchitoches Central just on the very outside looking in, or on that kind of that bubble. Does a win over Benton do enough to get you in, or is there going to have to be a little help along the way?
I tell you, I wish I was smart enough to figure that out. I don't even try because I know I'm not smart enough. But I don't know. I think my message, and it goes back to week one, is when our football team prepares and executes and plays with great effort and great attitude, I like our chances every Thursday and Friday night. And so for us, we've got to focus on that and control the things that we can control. And, if, we do what we're capable of doing, then I think we'll kind of see where it falls. And I like our chances if we go out and play like we're capable of playing Friday night.
It seems to me kind of like unbelievable. There will be teams that are 2-7, 2-8, 3-7 that will make the postseason. But if you get a win over Benton and don't make it with a 6-4 record, that just seems like, what are we doing here? I understand the power ratings, and I get that they do kind of equalize and normalize a lot of things, but I don't know. That would just that would blow me away, I'm afraid, if I were in that situation personally. So what is it that it's going to take at Benton going into enemy territory for the season ender? What does your fellows need to do Friday night to make a reality of a 6-4 season come true?
Yeah, if you look at the last couple of weeks, we've got to protect the football. We've got to win the turnover battle. We got to eliminate big plays, and when you look at Benton and what they've done, offensively, you just 59-57 versus Huntington, 48 versus Captain Tree, 48 versus Halton, 42 versus Parkway. So it starts with their quarterback, just an outstanding player that can make all the throws, very elusive. Chambers is a great running back. Austin, great receiver. So we're going to have to do a great job in open space defensively, being able to make some plays and eliminate the mistakes offensively and try to create those, turnovers defensively.
Brad Laird and the Natchitoches Central Chiefs will be at Benton on Friday night with so much to play for. How do you get the kids that fine line, I guess, Brad, of motivating them with the idea of being in the postseason, but not scaring the bejeebers out of them and getting them nervous about, we win this, we could be in the playoffs? What's that fine line of pumping them up but not overselling it?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear. Yeah.
Okay, it was kind of cutting out. I think that, and I think our guys understand the history here. Only one time in the last 12 years has Natchitoches Central won 5 football games. Only one time in the last 10 years has a team made the playoffs. Only 4 times in the last 21 years has a team won 6 games. We want – what's the 2025 football team going to be known for? And I said that at the beginning of the year. Every football team's they're going to be able to look back and say, okay, what about the 1990 Ruston football team, the 1998 West Monroe football team, the Evangel team? What's it going to be for the 2025 Natchitoches Central Chiefs? And the good thing about us, we're still continuing to write that story. And for us, it's be the best football team we can be Friday night. and that's going to take execution and preparation throughout the week. And so it's good. It's a good position to be in. It's a fun position to be in, and I'm so proud for these guys and just want them to go out and play the best football team that they can play and see what happens.
Brad Laird, head coach of the Natchitoches Central Chiefs, and his Chiefs making their way north to Benton High School for the regular season ender. And the folks in Natchitoches certainly hope it's just a regular season ender and the precursor, the jump-off for the postseason. Brad, safe travels Friday. Best of luck to your boys, and I hope they play as hard as they possibly can for you.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate you guys.
You bet. Big Bad Brad Laird, Natchitoches Central Chiefs, part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation. Want to thank as well the good folks over at Cormier Family Dentistry, Adam and Janet Cormier, the dynamic duo of dentistry, the home of a friendly staff and beautiful smiles. 868-4072. Look, who's your dentist? Okay. No, you don't have one right now. Well, buddy, are you in luck? 'Cause I got not just a guy, we got a girl too. Adam and Janet Cormier, super duper nice, so professional, so good at what they do, and their staff is so warm and welcoming. They really do lower that anxiety that comes with so many people when you go to the dentist office. Right there on East Kings, between Drug Emporium and Aikens Nursery, Cormier Family Dentistry. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline for our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, your head coach of the Woodlawn Knights. It's good old Thedrick Harris. Hey, Thedrick, how you doing today, sir?
Doing good. How are you guys?
We are doing A-OK, Thedrick. You had the tall task of trying to figure out how to get your fellows to stop Montreville Lewis the other day. Not too many people have done so much. That cat is something else. What was your impression of the young quarterback that Gary has over at Bossier, and what do you think his ceiling is? Just kind of curious from a guy who knows these things.
I tell you, his ceiling is right now you can't see it because he can get better and better every week. The thing that stood out to me is that, of course, he's a great athlete. Of course, he can run it and throw it, but his leadership on the field, the way he talks to his teammates, the way he conducts himself, the way he goes at it, he's a competitor. And, that sticks out to me more than anything. Along when you couple that with all of his athletic ability and instincts and smarts as a 10th grader, the ceiling's really high for him.
As a 10th grader, that's the other aspect of it. And I know that I'm sure you remember Arnaz's battle from back in the day when he was over at Byrd. You were probably maybe over in East Texas at the time, but that's one of the comparisons that people bring up, and I'm like, I see it. I could definitely see. And Arnaz was one of the greatest athletes we've ever had come through here. He was the starting quarterback, for Pete's sake, at Notre Dame before he broke his wrist. And, I'll switch over to wide receiver and make it to the NFL as a wide receiver. So
that's right.
I'm not trying to put too much on the young man over there, but it's just been very impressive. And I know that Gary's excited to have him, and it's fun having a young man like that at Bossier High, and Woodlawn has had those kind of kids as well. You look out there and watch the Dallas Cowboys. I know that Donovan was hurt, but having a Donovan Wilson come through your program, Coach. When there's not a Donovan Wilson, when there's not a Montreville Lewis, when there's not a Jacob Hester coming through your program, what does a coach do when you've got a collection of young men that are good high school football players? Some may be better than others or whatever. But when you're trying to formulate this game plan without this rock star type player, does that make it easier to game plan and to figure out placement for everybody? Or does that hamstring a coach not having that bell cow that whether or not he's a D2 athlete or a D1 athlete, but someone that could go to that next level?
Well, anytime you've got, big-time athletes, it makes it easier, because that player at some point is going to make, big plays, and they'll even turn bad plays into good plays. Mm-hmm. When you don't have that, you have to rely on, kind of by committee. You try to get enough guys touches. You try to get enough guys, the ball in situations where you can get it to them. On defense, you try to move them around, to try to help make plays. And, it's more of a team effort, But when you have that explosive player or two or three, some people have, it makes it a lot easier.
Coach, taking on a BTW squad that Coop has got these kids playing some really, really good football. What's the thing that stands out about BTW compared to maybe the last couple of years that's different about this year's team?
Well, I tell you, Coop's done a great job every year of continuing to get better, to continuing to get those kids to believe. He's got a strong group of seniors, and they're leading that team. You know, we worked out and did 7-on-7 against them this summer. They throw the ball extremely well. They've got athletes, you know, that they can get it in their hands in a variety of ways. And so you have to be prepared. You have to try to contain that quarterback and try to put some pressure on them, and hopefully you can create some errors. But they're playing really good football all the way around. Nothing but hats off to Booker T.
You know, Thedrick, you've been on the top of the district charts, and you've had your teams down at, it's not as much fun maybe when you're at the bottom of those district standings, but it is one of these things that's just kind of cyclical in high school football. It can be. What is the thing that you think that Woodlawn's missing right now that you hope that you and your coaches are going to be able to either foster or kind of grow heading into next year? In other words, what's the thing in the offseason you're looking forward to working with these kids and getting the most of them out of?
Well, belief in themselves. You just alluded to a few minutes ago that, you don't have that guy. Somebody's always got to step in to fill that void. And getting our kids to understand that you do have that athletic ability. You do have those skills. And then getting them to believe in that and then bringing it out of them in the offseason. That's the biggest thing. Belief for our kids starts, not just on the field, but off the field. They have to believe in themselves. You have to constantly encourage. You have to constantly prod to get those kids to think that they can be great and that they can do great things. And that's just a process over time. It's kind of like Shawshank Redemption, time and pressure. You just have to keep, applying it. And hopefully, when you plant those seeds, they come up in the spring and you got yourself something.
I could not imagine. We've had this conversation before, Thedrick. When you and I were going through high school and what our coaches were able to do with us and all that good stuff, and what our pressures from the outside were compared to the pressure that these kids now face. And I was talking to someone here the other day just walking down the hallway. Cell phones and social media have done so much to deteriorate our ability to just kind of appreciate each other more and just general happiness, it feels like, if that's not making it too general. You talk about,
I got you.
Kids just trying to prod them that they can do great things. We had it was just different hearing that in 1982, for instance, from a coach than probably in 2025. There was a little bit more idealism back in those days, perhaps. What's the toughest thing to sell your kids on? And not sell, that makes it sound like you don't have the real proof of the pudding and the eating there. But they can be great. You and I both know that. These kids can do great things. But when the world is full of AI and social media pressure and things like that, what's the most difficult thing to get those kids to believe that there is greatness, not just on the field, but off it as well?
Well, and this may sound funny, but to get them to understand that social media digital world is not real, and that when you remove yourself from that, you have to come back to this world and actually function. That's a hard thing, and I'll add to that. That's hard for adults. Our adults are struggling with that too.
Yep.
So our whole society is in trouble when it comes to that, and distinguishing between reality and what's fictional. So I think that's where we are right now. The biggest thing I can think is just constantly just reinforce what's real and what's not.
Man, so much wisdom when we visit with you, Thedrick. Always appreciate it. And I know that our listeners do as well because I hear from them that they always look forward to hearing what you've got to say. Thedrick, best of luck to your fellas against Coach Coop's kids at beautiful Leonard C. Barnes Stadium. What a great place to play. What a great way to end the season on Friday night. Best of luck to them, and I hope they give it everything they've got. Thedrick, we'll visit with you again next week and really appreciate your time.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thedrick Harris, head coach of the Woodlawn Knights over on Wingate. Raj, that wraps up our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations. Do we have another one coming up? We're done? Oh, okay. If you say so. Thanks to Mudbugs Hockey, Brewer Home Center, Live Oak Environmental, Accutemp, Sports World, Bailey's Jewelers, Alsco, Honey Baked Ham. Bowman Asphalt. Ryan Bowman, Mr. Big. Chevy Land, GBT. Chapin Toyota. Fuzzy's Taco Shop. River Cities Lighting. Walk-On Sports Bistro. Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Rogers, I was at Chasing Aces yesterday for the Independence Bowl. That was so much fun. We got in the Bay, me and Roy, Teddy Allen, JJ, and Little E, Eric from Independence Bowl, Eric Evans, and we had a blast. Chasing Aces. If you haven't been there recently, chasingaces.golf. Book your bay today. Daiquiri Express, Porter's Cleaners, Rejuva Medical, Morris Intuit Injury Lawyers. Thank you, Skent-N-Dent. Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana, Cormier Family Dentistry, Bo Harris Wealth Management, Spell Brothers Lumber and Chop Shop, Sports Cards of Louisiana. Officer Payne, rest in peace. Thomas LaValle, Batch 1284, rest in peace. Casey Hovick, rest in peace. Raj, what do you got going on? Soap Opera Tuesday. Oh, I never heard of that. Have a great day, folks. See you tomorrow.
The previous program was paid for by Tim Fletcher.